and I will warmly welcome everybody to the Board of Directors meeting in public. And of course, the way we're doing that is we will record this meeting and we immediately get that up onto the internet. And so our friends and colleagues in the Bradford district with interest can, of course, watch us transacting our business. So that's great. Warm welcome to everybody. Terrific to have such a strong attendance, actually, and just I think just a single apology really from directors, and indeed Matthew has made sure that he's well represented through Chris here. So thank you for that. Warm welcome as well to, I have seen David, our Vice Chair of Governors, and it was intended that Dermot and Caroline might join us as well. I can see Caroline is part of the call. That's great. Don't know if I've seen Dermot on the list. Oh yes, I can see Dermot as well. Terrific. Okay, so we have 3 governors observing our meeting. So thank you and a warm welcome to you all. Now, Steph, is Steph here? Steph Hattersley? Oh yes, yep, I can see here. You, Steph. Fantastic, yeah. So I'm delighted that you're observing and joining us in our decision-making forums. Thank you, of course, as a shadow non-exec director. So delighted to have you here as well. Thanks, Steph. And there was a chance that a colleague from the CQC was going to join us, Vicky Thwaites. And has that happened? Don't know if I can see Vicky on here, but that might be to do with the lists I've got here.
It's on the list.
Max, I am here, yes.
Fantastic. Well, good morning, Vicky, and you are most welcome. I'm delighted to have you here with us. And it would be appropriate for me, of course, to remind colleagues of the terrific development session work that we had with Vicky's team, the CQC, in terms of just apprising ourselves of ongoing movements in inspection regimes and what might be the priorities coming up, and the very important use of accurate data, of course. So thank you very much, Vicky, to you and your team for that. I'm delighted to have you with us here observing. So nice to have you here. Thanks. Vicky, is there anything you'd wish to say to colleagues before we start, or shall we just get on with business and allow you to sit and watch?
That's great. Yeah, thanks, Max. Nothing from me at the moment.
Great to have you here. Thank you. May I also, and I realise I'm taking a little time here, but I'll move on from that because I know we've got a lot of business to get through. But could I also bring to your attention that we have our new non-exec director colleague, Janet Hurst, with us for her first board meeting. So Janet, yeah, I'm going to say, I assume you can hear me okay, and I'm sure you'd want to say hello, but you're most welcome. And colleagues, I know have got set up with meetings for you to introduce themselves to you and for you to have chats together. And you'll be terrific, Janet, with your significant experience in healthcare and your local knowledge. I know that you'll add well to the team. So it's great to have you with us, Janet. Thank you.
Thank you for that nice welcome.
Thank you. And could I also bring to everybody's attention that this is Julie Lavignue's first meeting as the deputy chair of our organisation, and indeed the senior independent director. So that's all been confirmed unanimously with governors as a great choice. And so Julie is our new number 2 in terms of our governance arrangements. And Julie, that's terrific, and delighted to have your experience developing even more with us as an organisation.
Thank you. Delighted to be it. So thank you.
Great stuff. Thanks very much, Julia. Okay. So yeah, plenty to get through. I know I sometimes talk through the nature of the agenda. I'll avoid that today, perhaps. But just to remind people, we're going to start as we always do with a patient story. We're going to have a look at the need for heightened recognition of support needs on behalf of our patients. We'll then, of course, take our normal business and hear from myself and Mel with any updates we wish to consider. And then we'll take the academy business, finance and performance, quality and people. In that order. And again, at the risk of taking time, may I compliment the academy leaderships and memberships for the way in which they are reviewing how they're developing. I was delighted to hear and to read about that, and it's great to see that you're taking review seriously, looking closely at equal emphasis on assurance, learning and improvement, but also allowing open conversations about how we do it. Are we building towards outstanding through that academy model? So I'm delighted to see that, and thanks everybody. We'll hear from John, of course, on partnerships and much assurance issues. And with the strategy paper at section 5, I know John's got some thoughts about that he wants to share that relate to maybe just taking in a little bit more information before we move further on with the strategy paper. So thank you for the conversations that have taken place in that. We'll get through, again, the governance issues and determine whether we're satisfied with outcomes. Thanks, everybody. Let's move on. We've got, this is flu jabs from today, of course. So that's great news. We know our staff are all able to access the flu jabs. And may I again, in the spirit of another compliment, just compliment the team working to Pat Campbell for the communications regarding our staff survey that I saw on global emails. I recognise there will be other people involved in that, but our efforts to try and improve again, which we did last year on response rates with staff survey, was terrific comms. And what it did, director colleagues, is it really reinforced the issue of us taking seriously what we hear. And I know we do that, and we genuinely believe that, and we talk about those things, but that was great to see the communications, and we look forward to hearing from staff in relation to the survey. And Karen, I think you made a point there as well, that COVID vaccine booster, yes, from next week too. And I know you're going to talk a little about vaccines and the programme. So thank you very much for that, Karen. Okay. I think we have a couple of other guests with us, excuse me, at the meeting, which are Jane and Laura, and we're going to hear about Lynn's story. We've noted apologies for absence. Can we note the declarations of interest, please? And I'll just invite anybody to tell me that anything's missing from that. And I will assume, as always, of course, you will raise with me anything that might be appropriate during the course of our discussions. So thank you for that. So shall I pass now to Karen in order to introduce our colleagues who have joined us to tell us a little bit about Lynn's story, and as I understand it, Karen, the need to heighten our recognition of possible support needs on the part of our patients. So Karen, I'll pass to you, please.
Thanks, Max. Lynn was actually raised a complaint with us 3-4 years ago now, which was answered and resolved. But since then, there's been a growing group of people in the country supported by a group called AWOC, which stands for Ageing Without Children. And Lynn is a member of this. And it challenges our assumptions that everybody has somebody to help them, or they have children to look after them and things like that. So I will stop there. We could play the short film, and then I will briefly ask Jane and Laura just to say the work that they've been doing in partnership with AWOC and the local authority to raise awareness of this. I think this is one thing that not many people have picked up on as yet. So I hope it'll be a bit of a flagship for us for this work that we're doing going forwards.
Thanks, Karen, and a warm welcome, of course, to Jane and Laura. So thank you for joining us, both of you.
I'm Lynn Joyce. I'm a widow, I'm childless, and I live alone, and I have absolutely no family support. That's actually crucial to my story, and that's the whole point. On April 26, 2018, I broke my fibula. I slipped off a step while attending to my dog. I managed to get inside the house, and I managed to call an ambulance, and they took me to A&E at the BRI. After the x-ray, I was told that I'd broken my tibia. In all the questioning determined who I was, where I lived, etc., nobody seemed willing to listen and accept the fact that I am child-free, I am completely family-free, and that I have no support whatsoever. On one form filler, I think it was when I went up to, test whether I could go up and down steps, and I had to fill in a form. And I was asked for next of kin. And I said, I don't have a next of kin. And she said, don't be ridiculous. Everybody has family. So we had a minor difference of opinion where I put her straight and said, I have no family whatsoever, end of. Later on, I was visited by a physiotherapist and an occupational therapist. It seemed to me that what they were doing was a box ticking exercise, and they were trying to tick the boxes that suited their purpose rather than my needs. I repeatedly told them that I have no support, that I live alone, but they were unwilling to accept this. It later transpired that they placed on my hospital records that neighbours would meet my needs. I received no help from neighbours. During the very long wait overnight, I asked medical staff for advice on how to manage at home, again emphasising the fact that I am alone. I live in a 4-storey terraced house, Victorian terraced house. I was told by nurses when I was about to leave, you know, what do I do about, have you got any pain relief? What do I do about pain relief? And the nurse said, oh, just pop to the supermarket and get some ibuprofen and paracetamol, because you can take them together. And again, I pointed out, I said, I've got a broken leg, I can't drive, I've got nobody to support me. How do I get to the supermarket? And no answer was given to that. The one phrase that was used throughout the 13.5 hours that I was there was, get a member of the family to help. Constantly, get a member of the family to help. You know, I said, how am I going to shower? I'm like, oh, get a member of the family, blah, blah, blah. I don't have anybody. Get your husband to help. I don't have a husband, he's dead. And it was like they were trying to tell me to acquire an instant member of the family so that they could discharge me. When I asked the physio and the occupational therapist advice on how to manage toileting and keeping myself clean, I was told again, get a member of the family to help. And when I told them for the nth time that there was nobody, I was told that I could just have to manage by sitting on the toilet and flanneling myself down. Well, given that they didn't give me anything to help me on and off the toilet, that was risky in itself. And given that I can't reach my own back, and trust me, I've tried, you know, that was not good advice. I was sent home with only a pair of crutches, that was it. 3 days after the accident, the lights fused late at night, and my fuse box is in the cellar, down 12 stone steps. And my cellar is like most people's cellars. It's a tip, it's the junk store, you know. So I had to go downstairs on crutches, remembering, you know, somebody said afterwards, why didn't you use a torch? I said, where do I put it, in my mouth? I had to use crutches to get down 12 stone steps and across a cluttered cellar to the fuse box, and then feel my way to see which switch needed flicking. And I was conscious all the time that if I'd fallen and died, nobody would have known. Nobody would have had any idea. So I really feel that I was put at very, very significant risk by the hospital. I was not offered any bathing aids, nothing to help me get on and off the toilet, nothing to enable me to shower or keep myself clean, and no pain medication. Because I am a very assertive, independent woman, I earached my GP, and they put me on to the Shipley Hospital, and Shipley Hospital were incredibly helpful. They sent somebody a week after I'd had my accident, right? And they sent a physiotherapist. I still don't know what the hospital physiotherapist was doing, because she never gave me any advice about anything. But the Shipley Hospital sent a physio and an occupational therapist, and they provided me with something to go over the bath so that I could shower. I don't know whether they got it from the hospital or whatever, something to help me on and off the toilet, you know, a frame so that I could do it safely, and gave me some very sound advice. So I was grateful for that. But I'd had that week where I was at very, very significant risk. Me being me, I made a complaint, and I made some inquiries. I wrote to my MP, I wrote to my councillor, I wrote to various people. And through the MP, I got a letter from Lord Bethell, and I'll read the interesting quote here that should be noted by the hospital. This is from Lord Bethell, the Minister, the Health Minister. The term next of kin has no legal definition in the UK. An individual can nominate any other individual as their next of kin. Well, I didn't know that. In the past, hospitals have generally defined next of kin as spouses and close blood relatives. However, in line with changing social attitudes, most hospitals have become more flexible. The policy in most NHS trusts now is to ask the patient on admission to hospital to nominate person as next of kin. Well, that's not the practice in the BRI, that's what it should be. They should say, who is your immediate contact? Because I could have given them the name of a friend, you know, who could have helped. I think the really thing that was painful for me, and now I'm a member of AWOC, which is a group for ageing without children. I've reflected with other members of AWOC, not only in Bradford, but in other parts of the country, and this is so common. We are rendered invisible by authorities that refuse to acknowledge that we have nobody. We are seen as a problem rather than people having a problem, and that is just plain wrong.
So thank you. So as you can see, that was a very sort of blunt account of a patient where we obviously didn't meet her expectations, but we do need to acknowledge that actually that is something that, you know, we do usually think that somebody's got somebody at home. So I will just bring in Laura Booth, who's Head of Patient Experience, and Jane Kingsley, who is our lead AHP, just to say about the work that they have been doing with Lynn, with the local authority, to bring this to life to us at BTHFT.
Thanks, Karen.
Hello, I'm Laura, lead nurse for patient experience. So Lynn contacted the trust and then contacted myself, and we've had numerous conversations, and I've also spoke to AWOC, the group itself. I've been working closely with them, and I've listened to different stories, not just Lynn's, but other patients, not just Bradford patients, but patients from across the country. And there are numerous examples of where these individuals aren't always listened to, and some very sad cases. I'll just give you a very quick example of a patient at a different trust who comes in regular annually for colonoscopy routine checkups and is meant to have sedation for that. And she's told that team multiple times that she has nobody at home. And they've never made provision for her. So instead now she lies to them and goes home on sedation. So I think there is an issue for this group of individuals, and I'm not suggesting as a trust we can fix everything, because many of them are social, but I do think we need to raise awareness amongst our staff and get them to think sometimes a little bit about some of these patients and what we can do. So I have been working with AWOC and Lynn, and I've put together a short e-learning programme around AWOC and the individuals and the problems that they face, and that I hope that we can introduce just to raise awareness and have a little bit of a campaign, Twitter campaign, etc. But I've also been working with Bradford Council, so we've joined up because many of the problems are social for these individuals. So we're working together. We're going to share the e-learning across both teams, and they've produced a leaflet around AWOC to raise awareness amongst their staff, but also to support these individuals with contacts and advice as well. So we're going to be sharing resources. So that is what I'm hoping to do. And Lynn's been brilliant, really, in supporting us. We are the first trust that we're aware of in the UK to acknowledge this group of individuals. So I think we're in a good place to support AWOC and raise awareness.
Thank you, Laura. What an incredibly articulate lady as well in Lynn. Yeah, really excellent story and feedback. Should we bring Jane in? See if Jane wishes to advise us.
Yeah, just wanted to make a couple of points, really. I think it's very usual for therapists to consider people's home and social circumstances, obviously. In this case, there does seem to be a bit of a miscommunication in that the therapists did recall that Lynn had said that she had I think something like helpful neighbours, but actually whether that gets translated into, you know, I have neighbours that can help in this circumstance. I think it was a little bit of a miscommunication there, and we did amend the notes to make sure that that was clear after the event. I think the biggest sort of change that's happened really is around the patient pathways. So now if a patient was in this circumstance, they would be referred to the community teams who would do a home visit within a few days. I think at this time there was a long waiting time for home visits, and there's been a lot of work done by the community teams to sort of realign some of the patient pathways so that now patients are seen much more promptly. Obviously, this lady was in CDU as well, which is, you know, obviously aimed at getting a rapid discharge, and so there isn't always the opportunity to do things while such patients are inpatients, but they will now be picked up much more timely manner in the community.
Thank you very much, Jane. So firstly, thank you, Jane and Laura, for raising our game on this. And may I ask whether are you getting the support that is appropriate to yourselves in order to make the changes you need to? Is that in place, Jane and Laura? Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. Great stuff. Okay, thank you. And of course, I know Karen does champion this with us at board as well. So directors were aware. That was the first I'd seen that video though, and highly articulate and moving actually. So thank you, Jane and Laura. I'll open up for questions and comments, and hopefully we can just have a think about this. But I'm delighted to hear about the pathway work and the education programme to raise awareness. So thank you for giving us insight into that. John, shall I come to you first, please, and then Mohammed?
Thank you, Max. Excuse me, I'll just clear my throat. I haven't spoken enough this morning, obviously. There's so much I could say about this, and I'm going to try and keep it short, but I've actually found this focus on this issue really, really profound for me as an individual, given my personal circumstances and the fact that often I present into a service as having quite different needs. But I won't share too much out with you, but I have found that quite powerful today. What I would like to say is that I'm very, very encouraged by the attitude, particularly the two staff, Laura and Jane, to the openness to learning, accepting that we've got things we can do better, and credit to the leadership in the organisation for giving the staff and valuing the time that they spend focusing on these issues. Because if we're going to deliver proper, kind, inclusive services, we've got to get better at some of this stuff around unconscious bias, normality, what we expect people to be living like. And the more we can embrace this, the better we'll become as a service deliverer. And I'm really, really encouraged by this. It's exceptionally profound, Max. I can't really do it justice in the time, but I did want it to be noted how vital I think this is to providing inclusive, quality healthcare.
Thank you very much, John. I can see that a significant number of nods around the virtual table there. So yes, you absolutely, John, very well put. Thank you. And Mohammed, may I come to you, please?
Thanks, Max. I totally wholeheartedly agree with John's comments there. I think for me, it's highlighted an area that I hadn't really thought about. Really. I think I had a bit of a blind spot about this and hadn't really considered it. So thank you to everyone for bringing this to the board's attention. And in that spirit, I wonder if there's something we can put in and in a policy arena to make sure that we're also recognising this community and this whole. I think people an issue, but in terms of when we're looking at our economy, we've got this community in there as well.
Thanks, Mohammed. Mohammed, that was breaking up quite a bit for me. I don't know whether is it the same for others. Oh, thankfully, it's not just my technology. But I got your point, I think, Mohammed, about the policy arena and whether some form of recognition of groups such as AWOC might be satisfactorily recorded and managed. Is that right, Mohammed?
Absolutely. I'll try and switch my to try and improve connectivity.
Okay. No, thank you. But you definitely made your point, and that's been received and heard. So thank you, and we can invite any further comments. Does anybody else want to say anything further about Lynn's story? So I'll bring in Janet and then Mel. So Janet, would you like to come in, please?
Thank you very much, and echo a lot of comments already made. For me, there's a central tenet here about not listening to the patient. She happens to be female, she happens to be older, she happens to be in pain, and that's a central core. And it's not just, it's across the whole sector, about not listening carefully to what the patients are telling us, because they are the experts, and then having the energy to do something about it. So it'll be interesting to see how often that central tenet runs through some of the challenges we face. Just an observation, Max.
Thank you, Janet. That's a very fair point. Thanks. I'd be interested to hear Karen's views on that idea of whether we're listening sufficiently. So thank you. Yes, that's great. And Mel, would you like to come in, please? And then I'll bring Ray in. So Mel.
Thanks. It was just a question, and you may not know that the spread of the organisation, the AWOC organisation, how many members it might have, and how do you kind of connect it as a thing to something else? Because what I'm thinking of as I'm hearing this, of course, there are responsibilities that we have as an organisation, and Janet's alighted on some of those, but equally it fits nicely with the desire that we have out of the hospital across our communities to create that ethos of neighbourliness, support, infrastructure, resilience, etc., through our community partnerships. And I just wondered whether or not we could, there is a sort of a branch of AWOC in Bradford that we could connect with the work that's going on in that area.
That's great stuff, Mel. Thank you. So we just hold that, Laura, a second, and we'll wait and see if there's any further comments. I've made a note of that. We'll make sure we come back. I know you said that we may be one of the first trusts to create a working relationship with them, but Mel's point about the size and scope of AWOC is very interesting. So thank you. I'd be pleased to hear that. And Ray, shall I bring you in, please?
Yeah, thanks, Max. I think this is really important. I've got a background, as you know, in anaesthetics and particularly in pre-operative assessment. With surgery, and I know this just doesn't apply to surgery, but in surgery there's a real push, understandably, towards doing everything as a day case. And one of the first questions that determines can you do that is, have you got any support at home? Is there somebody there who can look after you? Pretty much for every patient we have an opportunity at the pre-operative assessment clinic to ask that question, and we do ask that question. And I think too often, though, the box is ticked, but the loop isn't closed, so we don't do enough to say, well, okay, you haven't, but how can we be creative? How can we explore? Is there an alternative? Is there some other way of doing this? Because the default is, oh, well, you stay in hospital overnight. And the majority of the time that isn't necessary. And that's not good for the patient, unnecessary hospital stays. And it certainly, of course, isn't good for the organisation, helping beds and flow and things like that. So it would benefit the individual, it would benefit the organisation. I think probably we need to be more creative about, if we're in that situation, how can we address it? We have an opportunity at pre-operative assessment. That's usually some weeks before the admission, and too often nothing's done about it. The patient comes in on the day of surgery and, oh, here we are, you'll have to stay. So I think we need to do better, because I think the population, as the population gets older, there is a real likelihood that more and more people will be in this position, that they're essentially on their own with friends, perhaps, but not necessarily people they can call on. So I think there's a real opportunity for us here.
That's great. That's an excellent point. It goes some way, I think, to Mohammed's point, doesn't it, as well, about clarity of policy here, and as you point out, future likely requirements. So thank you. Yeah. And Steph, would you like to come in, please?
I think Ray may have just covered it right at that last minute. It was building a bit on Mel's point of, do we have any external research or insight of how this is going to progress over the next 5 to 10 years? Less and less people are having children now, so we're going to have a lot more cases like this. And do we have the infrastructure and support to be able to support them?
Thank you very much, Steph. Good point. Great point. Thank you very much. Okay, so I'll return now then to Karen and to Jane and to Laura. And obviously we heard points there about, are we listening sufficiently, how powerful the story is, whether we need some clarity in policy regarding this, what AWOC looks like, and if we've got local contacts that we can work with, and Ray's point about this being a likely growth area. So can I say, particularly to Laura and Jane, fantastic patient story. This is really woke us up at the start of the meeting and got us really thinking about this. So seriously, thank you. It's terrific. I'll now return to you guys, and maybe you'd like to comment on what you've heard yourselves and whether you think that's sufficient. So Jane or Laura first, and then Karen for the last words, I think.
Yeah, so if we go back to the point of AWOC and local connections, so AWOC has been running for a number of years, and then it broke up a few years ago, but has restarted and has re-established itself as a charity. I can't tell you off the top of my head exactly how many members there are, but it certainly spreads across the country, and there is a division obviously in Bradford, with Lynn being one of the champions. So I am linked up with the charity. I've spoke to the leads for AWOC, so I am linking up with them. This is a growing problem. So if you look at the stats, so for example, by 2045, we expect there to be 3 times as many people over the age of 80, and many of them are going to be without children. And we know that people from this group need extra support. So around 30% of people over the age of 65 in this group, over 65 rather, are expected to need formal care services in this group, compared to 22% of those that would have children. So there is a definite growing need for us to recognise this set of individuals and start to look at what we can do as a trust and as a wider community to support them.
Thank you, Laura. And Jane, any thoughts on what you heard, please?
Just really to say, we do know we've got some gaps in community services, and we're constantly, I think, sort of robbing Peter to pay Paul, really, by tweaking pathways. So I'm hoping that we can do a piece of work that really looks at whether we've got some other gaps that people are falling through, and make sure that that's not the case for anybody.
Thank you very much, Jane. And Karen, shall I return to you then, please, for final words on this and thoughts about next steps? Yeah.
So thanks to Laura and Jane for doing this work. What I would say is this, our public rightly expects outstanding services from us, and their expectations are increasing year on year. And by being more inclusive and by being aware of things that we might not have been aware of, because I hadn't have thought of this before I saw this story, has just got to be positive. And I'm sure there'll be other examples of AWOC that are something else that we just don't know about. But as long as we keep learning, I think that's hugely positive. So thank you to the team.
That's great, Karen. Thanks very much. Karen, and may I ask, Karen, are you satisfied that the work that Laura and Jane will be taking forward will hopefully plug any potential policy gaps, that the point that Mohammed made about clarity as to where we're going with this?
So I think it fits into our inclusivity agenda, and we have that overarching policy for the trust, and this will fit in with this. And I am assured that Laura is, Laura, Jane and others are taking this forward. Laura's already developed an e-learning package, and it's just all about challenging assumptions that people make. And as Janet said, that communication really, and really listening to people, because sometimes we hear people, but we don't really listen.
Yeah, thank you very much, Karen. That's great. And thank you for the chat comments, which of course are recorded and will form part of the minutes where appropriate. They're extremely useful. So thank you for those. But I think we've heard what we've heard. There's some work to do, of course, but what's better than an articulate, moving patient story than that to get us thinking about ways in which we can make sure we are providing the best possible services we can. So Jane and Laura, thank you very much for bringing this to our attention, for the ongoing work. I'm pretty confident I can say as chairman that you have the entire support of the board of directors. So that was my point earlier in this conversation about whether you're getting what you need to take things forward. And I know Karen, in her role as chief nurse, of course, will champion this. I thought Ray's points were really quite moving about the idea that some people, their personal positions may mitigate against the normal care we can provide if we're going down a silo too much in terms of well, who's your next of kin and is it family, etc., etc. So that was a really powerful point. We need to make sure we're flexible in the way in which we can deliver our services. So yeah, thank you very much indeed to Karen for bringing this, and to Laura and Jane for the significant amount of work that you're doing. Okay, thank you very much indeed.
Thank you.
Cheers now, thanks. Yeah. Okay, thanks again to everybody who made the chat comments as well, and to the great questions. And I'm pretty sure we've got a plan of work then. Of course, we could spend the next hour talking through that, couldn't we? But we're satisfied with what we've heard, and with Karen's championing of the work. That's great news. Okay, thanks very much. Shall we move then to section 2, please, which is dealing with the business from previous board meetings. We have our minutes from the meeting held on the 22nd of July. Can I ask whether there are any matters of amendment or adjustment that are needed to those minutes, please, 22nd of July? If not, I will assume that we take them as an accurate record of our board meeting in July. Yeah, and then we've also got the minutes of the Regulation and Assurance Committee meeting. I do hope colleagues are finding, perhaps particularly non-exec colleagues, finding Team Engine is working okay. It's getting used to that new system, isn't it, sometimes, and finding things through, but hopefully we're finding that all right, having moved on from our previous supplier of that paperwork provision. So, okay, I'll assume is that if there's no suggested amendments or changes, again, we will thank the team for an accurate description. That's great, yeah, of those, so that the minutes are both taken and approved as accurate. Thank you, everybody, and pleased to see the comments regarding Team Engine as well, so thank you for that. There are 4 actions for us to briefly consider. 3 from the meeting in July, which represent the entire outstanding actions of board business. We have the strategic staffing review, which of course is presented here today, Karen. Yeah, so I just looked for a nod there. That's on the agenda for today. So we'll hear from Karen about the strategic staffing review. And then the other 2 matters are actually for slightly later in the year, in that the patient recruitment centre, we look forward to the possibility that we might go and look at that wonderful piece of work that's being done there in the patient recruitment centre, so our research facility, etc. And the mental health strategy, we were keen to just keep on top of developments there, and we do recognise the national position, of course, and the talk of our national leaders about the increase in mental health presentations. Directors may recall that we noted that as well in some of our inpatients were coming in with mental health issues that we had to work well, and we did indeed with our partner in the Care Trust in order to manage. So I'm going to say that we can take the first of those 3 actions as complete, in that the strategic staffing reviews on the agenda, and we'll roll over patient recruitment centre and mental health strategy to the next one. Before we go to the single Regulation and Assurance Committee action, I'll just turn to John and ask if you'd like to come in, John.
Yeah, sorry, Max. It was just to flag that the board development session in October has a draft agenda, and at the moment it doesn't involve a visit to the patient recruitment centre, and that is of course because this item arose in May, and at that time we couldn't be sure of the likelihood of being able to come on site and do visits. I think where we are now, we're clear that's not really a feasible option, so I think we will explore, and I know we have regular updates at board from the research team. We've got one today from Rosie. We are exploring ways in which we can have a closer insight into the work of the patient research centre, but realistically I don't think that is a hands-on visit in October. I just thought I ought to say that before we move on.
No, that's very much appreciated, the update, John. And can I assume, John, that it's in the context of seeking to try and achieve that when the time is right? That people should...
Yeah, absolutely. The commitment stands, but I just think it's wrong to have an action open for October when we know in September it's not going to happen. So yeah, we could roll it forward, or we could just accept that in the course of the research updates, when it's appropriate, we'll bring this forward, and I'm sure Ray can talk to the research team about that.
That's great. Well, given its huge success, I think I'd like to just leave that and roll it over for the time being, John, but we absolutely note your update. Thank you. And I appreciate actually that additional information. So thank you for that. Yeah. So we'll leave that there and we'll just see whether there's any updates in a couple of months' time. So, but thank you, John. And from the Regulation Assurance Committee, we were all particularly interested in the comprehensive work that's been done under Pat's management on equality, diversity and inclusion, and particularly how we're doing with our Res and Des submissions. And so there was a suggestion that actually it would be really good to share that. It came from the People Academy work. Pat, I think you and I did speak about this earlier in the week, and I wasn't sure if I'd seen it, but has that been able to be done yet, please?
Yes, Max, that has now been circulated. I think it just went out to all non-executives last night, to the trust email addresses, just with a note that in terms of our res data submission, there has been a change to how one of the indicators is actually measured. And that update will go to People Academy next week, which will then subsequently be reported to board.
Great stuff. Thanks very much, Pat. So it's there for wider circulation, and we welcome any feedback, but we can be assured, I think, Pat, can't we, that the People Academy will be considering the documents and the data within there. So, yes. Yeah, thanks very much indeed. Thank you, Pat. Yeah. So unless there's any objections, I'm going to suggest that that action can be closed as completed, and as Pat confirms, that those details have been circulated. Jackie, could I just ask you to please just get in touch with Barry, who I think he's had Barry Senior, Chair of our Audit Committee, has had a broadband problem, and he's trying to get on the phone, and I think his link is not working. So if you can hear me okay, Jackie.
Yes, I can.
I'll give a thumbs up to Barry that I've seen the note from him, and we'll just
Max,
oh,
BT have woken up again. I'm with you.
Fantastic, Barry. There you go. And that was, well, I'm delighted you saw the evidence that we were trying to keep you here engaged. So yeah, thank you for letting me know, Barry. That's great. Okay. So we've dealt with matters arising. Thank you for your support on those. We'll move then, please, to item 7, which is the report from the chairman. May I, at the risk of being a little speedy here, ask that I assume colleagues have read this document. It's focused, as often is useful for board, to know what the summary of the key outcomes from our Council of Governors meeting has been. And so lots of governor business. I refer, of course, to our joint AGM and annual members meeting, which we now know will take place on the 12th of October. I know that's been shared with board colleagues, but I did also attach the text of my initial presentation of that. And I thought that it would be of interest to directors, given that it's an attempt to try and summarise some of the big picture stuff over the last year. And so that's why that's been included there. So I do hope that's helpful. The other thing I will bring to your attention, and there's a thanks here from me actually in the role of chair to exec colleagues, because in our chair's bulletin that goes out quarterly to all governors and all members, of course we're some 35,000 of those, and I certainly emailed to those that we have the email addresses for. We include a short brief, if you remember, which is an exec briefing on a particular area of our business, and it focuses on maybe 2 or 3 successes in that area and 2 or 3 challenges. So it's an attempt to genuinely and honestly, in lay language, explain some of the areas we're in. And I included in this report the most recent of those exec briefings, which came from John. It was terrifically written, John. Thank you to you or the members of your team who supported you in getting that together. And it's really worth a moment's reflection in terms of working in partnership. It's a great summary of some of the stuff we're doing in our attempts to act as an anchor institution, the work across Act as One, and then some of the programme work that's being done. So hopefully people have seen that, and that was the intention of bringing that to your attention within the report from the chairman. If there are any questions, I'll be happy to take them. Or I would just ask, please, that you would note that particular report. And in the spirit of adding something to that, may I, at board, compliment Catherine Schutt, known as Cat, who is our new organisational development lead, although she's been with us 3 months, to be fair, and Assistant Director of HR. And Cat joined the Non-Exec Director Discussion Forum just earlier this week, and she was terrific. She summarised superbly the nature of her work, some of the priorities that she's considering. Clearly, she's got a very good relationship with exec directors, and she really did come across well. So we compliment colleagues on her appointment, but also on the way in which she's conducted herself. And it was a really good opportunity to share some of those issues with non-executive colleagues. So thank you to Kat, and well done for meeting with us and bringing to our attention those matters that she's managing, much of which is around health and well-being, of course, of our staff, and there's an awful lot there. Okay, I'll now turn then please to Mel, and Mel, as ever, will use a verbal report in order that she can bring us right up to date with today's thinking. But I'll turn to you, Mel, please, and ask you to advise us of your report, please.
Thank you very much, Chair. And as always, I will address verbally my report to the 3 significant areas that we are active in as an organisation. That's internally as an organisation, our people, and I include in that our patients and our colleagues, our place, the place of Bradford District and Craven, and our partnership as a member of the West Yorkshire and Harrogate ICS. So from an internally focused perspective, with a focus on patients first and foremost, it remains intensely busy across all our hospitals, and that has been the case consistently throughout the summer as we continue to balance the normal competing, often demands of acute presentations through our accident and emergency department in numbers exceeding pre-COVID levels, with the need for us to address the backlog of patients waiting for elective procedures, whilst prioritising of those the most urgent, and of these patients such as cancers and those with clinical conditions that are of a time critical nature. And at the same time caring for a consistently high number of COVID positive patients, many of whom are requiring critical and high dependency respiratory care. This number of patients peaked over the last 4 weeks at over 60 for a period, and in the past 2 weeks or so has steadily declined, with today's number of COVID inpatients being 43. However, 50% of those thereabouts are receiving respiratory support through critical care or non-invasive ventilation. So a very high proportion of those incredibly sick inpatients. We will hear later in the meeting the expansion of the vaccination programme, because we're extending that now in a new phase to 12 to 15-year-olds, and that's been delivered in schools and vaccination hubs. And you'll also hear, as we've seen mentioned in the chat, about the plans for the booster programme to commence. All of that, of course, having an impact ultimately on the numbers of patients who are presenting, it's hoped, and we remain vigilant as to the development of other variants or new clinical presentations as we approach the winter period, which is going to be intensely challenging for all the reasons that winter always is. From the point of view of supporting our people, on the back end of an incredibly prolonged period of intense activity, now approaching almost very soon the 2-year mark in terms of us preparing for COVID and then dealing with COVID. You will hear from Pat through her work with the People Committee on the various measures of support, wellbeing interventions that we are enacting. And that has remained our focus and priority throughout this whole period. But I think we alluded to this in my last report at the board in July, that there is a real need for us as an exec team to exhibit key leadership behaviours and be visible and accessible. And to that end, apart from being out and about in the organisation, which we have endeavoured to do, we have completed as an exec leadership team the first formal cycle of our new regime with bilateral exec to triumvirate leadership conversations with each of our 14 clinical business units. And indeed, yesterday we started the second cycle of that with the first CBU to go through that process twice. Why is that important? Well, it does enhance that visibility and accessibility with a cadre of leaders in the organisation for whom in the past there may have been quite a significant gap between ourselves as an exec leadership team and them as frontline, more representative of frontline staff. And so the ethos around that is to strengthen that direct relationship. And what is that about? It's about us being inquisitive. It's about supportive challenge. It's about our personal interest and responsibility in supporting the development of those triumvirates. And it's about us seeking assurances on the efficacy of the leadership of the clinical business unit. Are they achieving what we want, hope and expect them and need them to achieve? And it's about being clear at the end of those conversations, who is now going to do what. So each of those conversations manifests in an action plan for which some of the CBU leadership team will go away and lead on various actions, or commensurately, members of the executive team will do the same in support of those triumvirate leaders. So it's a really important leadership team conversation. And to augment that, we have also had in the preceding 4 weeks, or 8 weeks actually, since the last board, our first 2 hospital management group meetings. So this is the fora that we have created so that the clinical leads, the clinical directors of our 14 clinical business units can come together and have a conversation about the challenges across the organisation, some of our strategic plans and objectives and our priorities, which not surprisingly at the moment are consumed by our recovery plans around addressing the elective backlog, dealing with clinical prioritisation, maintaining safety of patients in periods of high acute demand through accident and emergency, and at the same time, of course, continuing to care for and be vigilant in respect of increases, any increases that might come along in terms of COVID. So really important internal conversations and support mechanisms in place for those leadership teams. Moving on to our partnership, this is how I continue to represent both the Trust and our place of Bradford District in Craven in fora that are both formal governance vehicles for the integrated care system of West Yorkshire and Harrogate, whether that's the system leadership executive or the system oversight and assurance group, or indeed the West Yorkshire Association of Acute Trusts. So I attend those meetings and have done throughout the last couple of months. But in addition to that, I also represent the place of Bradford District in Craven in some of the work that is being undertaken to develop the arrangements for the enacting of the legislative changes through the Health Bill in April 2022, which will see greater power, responsibility and authority devolved down to West Yorkshire and Harrogate ICS and also to our own place. I have also participated representing our place on the 9th of September in a stakeholder group that was part of the recruitment process for the appointment of the chair for the West Yorkshire and Harrogate Partnership ICS. We await the announcement of the outcome of that process. As I understand, it has to be ratified and announced by Secretary of State. And it is also the case that the formal recruitment process is in train for the recruitment of the Chief Executive Officer of the ICS. Those interviews have not taken place yet, and indeed I'm not sure that we've got to the shortlisting stage quite yet. But I would expect that we would probably be invited to similarly be involved in some of that process and to have input into the decisions around that appointment. Moving to our place, we underwent on the 4th of August our routine Q1 assurance visit from the ICS in conjunction with NHS England, and I represented the organisation in that, along with my partner chief executives from the Care Trust and Airedale, and with Helen Hurst as our place-based leader, and indeed Saj attended that meeting also, because on that occasion we invited other members of our leadership team to come and to present to NHS England and the ICS on the progress that we have been making across areas of key priority. And you will not be surprised yet again that elective recovery and reducing waiting times for patients is an absolute priority, and we were left in no doubt about that. And indeed, later today you will hear some specific plans that we have to increase the volume of elective activity that we are currently undertaking and will need to undertake as the year progresses. The chief impediment to all of that links directly to the statements I made at the beginning of my segment, which is the high numbers of COVID inpatients and the high demand for emergency care, which are all impacting on our ability to restart the elective work that we would plan to if we didn't have all those competing pressures. On the 23rd of August, I attended to represent the organisation the launch of the Root Out Racism campaign, and along with civic leaders, all of us convened on the converged on Centenary Square. It was a fantastic day. It was beautifully sunny. It was a really vibrant, energetic and well-attended event where all of our civic leaders, public service leaders, university leaders were able to visually sign a pledge, and there was a lot of really good coverage. And I probably would say this, wouldn't I? But I think we really did ourselves proud as a city and a district in really demonstrating our commitment to that key priority that has been outlined at ICS level, and we were really applauded for that. Again, another significant event over the last 4 weeks has been our submission to NHS England of our expression of interest in being part of the new hospitals programme. So this board has already signed off an initial strategic outline case that describes the need for a new hospital to serve the people of Bradford District and Craven. This particular step was a new part of that process, whereby NHSE have received any number of expressions of interest from organisations like ourselves, seeking to secure the funding that will be necessary to develop more formal plans and an outline business case, with the ultimate objective of identifying an appropriate location and designing and developing and delivering ultimately a hospital fit for the future. We have done this ourselves as an organisation, but we have also, as a place of Bradford District and Craven, submitted an overarching expression of interest that describes the ambitions of all three NHS providers to improve their physical estate. So we await any feedback from that, and we are not clear on the timescales by which we might expect to receive that. And the final thing I want to say in relation to place is that Helen Hurst, who is our accountable officer for our CCG, has announced her retirement in April 2022. And as our current place-based lead, we have been, as a place, and myself and colleagues have been considering how we would want ourselves to be represented in the new way of working at ICS and at place level. And it is determined that a place-based lead is a really important feature of what a place is and how a place will move forward in that new legislative framework. With that in mind, I think it's a real strength of our partnership and the work that we have done under the banner of Act as One, that we took the decision that rather than seek to recruit a new person to represent that partnership, that we would endeavour to identify one of our number to be on almost a first among equals basis, the place-based lead whom others could support. And I'm pleased to report that it has been proposed by our ICP board for Bradford District and Craven that in April 2022, I take over the role of place-based lead from Helen. This has been endorsed by the place-based chairs and leadership reference group. And my understanding is that my membership in that capacity of the ICS board will be subject to an approval process that is yet to be determined. Through that, I will have a personal accountability to whoever is the ICS Chief Executive Officer. And I would stress that my selection as the place-based leader is on that personal basis. It isn't because I am the Chief Exec of Bradford Teaching Hospitals. The place is the designation of place-based lead is unique to me. And if it were at a point in time in the future to cease to be me, it wouldn't necessarily automatically be, or it may, the successor chief exec of this organisation. I would want that to be recognised. So there may be in the determination of what that relationship of accountability needs to be between the place-based leader and the chief exec of the ICS, that there will be some sort of contractual arrangement put in place, be that an honorary contract or otherwise. I don't have the detail of that yet, but of course I will share that in the fullness of time. And that's the end of my report, Chair.
Thank you very much indeed, Mel. Extremely helpful. I like the way that it's structured along those lines. That's extremely helpful. Thank you. So I'll bring in any thoughts, comments, questions, issues that may have arisen or anything that anybody would wish to check with Mel, as well as, of course, congratulating Mel on the proposed appointment as place-based leader. We're delighted. I think that would be a great thing for us as an organisation too. So as well as being the right appointment for the place. John, shall I bring you first, please? If you're still here.
I am still here, Max.
Great stuff, John. Yeah, and then Julie. Yeah.
And that's partly why I wanted to raise these points at this moment, because I am going to be drifting out in a minute for another meeting, but I won't be long. Thanks, Mel, for a very well-structured and informative report. You might choose to answer these questions now or log them for later items, because as I'm leaving, I felt I ought to raise them now. Can you say something about how we're ensuring patient safety in terms of increasing long waiting times? I'd like to be assured around that. And then specifically, I've got a question related to A&E. I wanted to record here my real admiration for the performance we've had in A&E comparatively in the region. I think that's brilliant, and I'd like to record in these minutes congratulations to all the staff who've collectively made that happen. I'm aware, so the question now is, I'm aware that A&E is obviously getting much busier and the performance is great, but can you say something about how we're monitoring waiting times there, and particularly related to ambulance response times, and then potentially any patients who give up and leave without being seen or treated? Thanks, Max.
Thank you, John. And Sarge, just to let you know, I shared the information that you and I spoke about last week in a very helpful briefing from you. Thanks. about how well we've been performing in early September in accident and emergency, to the extent indeed, I think with type 1 attendances being dealt with within the timescales, we were the 3rd best in the region of 38 acute trusts, and indeed 12th nationally. Well, that was something I couldn't help but want to share with non-exec directors. So that's the context, I think, that John raises that point in, Saj. But I'll thank you, sir. I'll move to other questions, and I know Mel, I think, is just making a note of things that might be raised. So, Julie, I'll go to you, please, and then to Ray, please.
I think you've already said it, Max. It was to say well done to Mel. Great for us as a board, Mel's proposed role, and I think it's probably credit to Mel that the other organisations in our place are supporting her in that role. So well done. I think it's really good for us as a board.
Thank you very much, Julie. Well said. Well said. Thank you. And Ray, could I bring you in, please?
Yeah, thanks, Max. So hopefully I might tie a few of the things together that that maybe John raised as well. So I think just to expand on Mel's description of the exec CVU meetings, which are embedding and it's work in progress, I think both sides are learning as we go along, and I think that will be a really powerful relationship in the future. But also that of the hospital management group. So one example, particularly relevant to John's question, came up just at the recent exec CBU with urgent and emergency care. So, you know, we talked about concerns they had and concerns we had about perhaps our patients staying longer in the department than we would like, acknowledging the fantastic performance that they've achieved. And I was on the Wyatt MDs meeting a couple of weeks ago, and other MDs were saying that the departments are really struggling, and the individuals there were finding it difficult, and as a team they were struggling. And I was able to sit there and say, actually, our team aren't like that. Our team are doing a fantastic job, but they have had a tough time. It's the busyness that they're seeing now is unprecedented with the numbers and the acuity of patients that they're getting. And we can't take that for granted. We can't think they'll just carry on being all right, so we have to support them. So one of the things that was raised at the exec CBU meeting with urgent emergency care was around that, and how can we help? What is it around that we can do to improve the flow of patients through the department to maintain that performance? And we know, and it's been acknowledged before, that emergency care performance is not just about emergency care, it's about the rest of the hospital. So Sam Khan as CD for that CBU raised those issues. So we were able to take that back to the hospital management group and talk with the other CDs and really sort of join up that knowledge across the whole organisation to say, look, this is what we need you to do in terms of helping the flow in AED. And to follow up with that, Saj, Karen and myself spent some time down in AED yesterday, and we had it was a drop-in session, and we talked to them about their concerns or issues, and I think that was a really, really positive meeting yesterday. We've got a list of things that we're going to put in place to try and help them with. And we've agreed to go back and do the same thing again in 4 to 6 weeks to close the loop and make sure that we can actually see the progress. I think to acknowledge again the performance of AED, despite staffing challenges, despite challenges of COVID and the world out there, and actually despite the fact that they've been working in a building site effectively for the last however many months. To see it now, it is absolutely incredible. I think there's very few, if any, AED departments in the country who will have those single isolation facilities that we have down there. So it's been a pain in the making, but we will start to reap the benefits now. So I think it is a fantastic team down there, but we're not complacent. We realise that we have to continue to support them, and we're doing that to make sure that we maintain that going forward. So thanks, Max.
Thank you, Ray. That's extremely helpful detail on those points. Thank you. And so in the absence of any further questions, I'll just return to Mel and ask if she would wish to say anything more. There was the issue about maintaining patient safety, Mel. I know there's been some reading on that recently with us. I think related to length of stay was John's point, wasn't it?
I think it was primarily about ambulance handovers, if I heard that correctly, and I will ask Saj in a moment. But if I could just address the other issue around that was the AED bit. The other bit was the elective waiting time, wasn't it? And the idea, well, it's not the idea, the arrangements that we have in place to ensure that, or when we look at the entirety of our waiting list, those patients that get treated first are the ones who are essentially the sickest. The process of clinical prioritisation determines that they need their operation sooner than any of the others. And I'll invite Ray just to comment briefly on the various categories of patient and how we determine of those patients waiting, which patients need to be in which category.
Thanks, Mel. Yeah, so obviously with the pressured resource that we've had, we've inevitably needed to focus on P1 and P2 patients. So P1 patients who basically need operations straight away, and P2 patients need an operation within a month, really, within 28 days. So we've achieved really good progress with those patients who are most in need. P3 patients, I think, need operations within 3 months, and P4 patients can be anytime. So perhaps a good example of a P4 patient is maybe a hip replacement. That's not to say that those patients aren't desperately in need. They may well have pain, they may well have mobility problems and all sorts of challenges from their hip arthritis, but it can be done at a later period of time. So we know that amongst those P3 and P4 groups, there will be patients who inevitably will have waited far longer than certainly they would have wanted, and certainly far longer than we would have wanted them to as well. We're very conscious that whilst they're on that waiting list, people's status might change. So what might be a P3 this month, in 6 months' time, might become a P2 because of all sorts of reasons. So P1 patients typically will be in emergency operation. Somebody comes in perhaps with appendicitis or something like that. A P2, I suppose most classically perhaps cancer patients who really need urgent care but don't necessarily need that today. But we can't forget the P3s and 4s. Twice a week, there is a theatre prioritisation review group which looks at all the patients that are scheduled for surgery, looks at the resource that we have available in the coming week and allocates that resource at an individual patient level, actually, to those that are most in need. And that's attended by a whole range of clinicians and managers to try and ensure a good spread of clinical opinion and managerial opinion as well. But that's very much a clinically led process. For those that are outside that immediate need, the P1s and the P2s, we are not losing sight of them. So so anyone who is on a longer waiting pathway is having an individual review by the clinical team to see, do they need another review in outpatients? Has their category status? Are they suffering any harm as a result of their wait? And so those harm reviews are ongoing. It's a continued process. The CBUs have been really good and engaged with that process because it is a big ask of them on top of all the other things that they're trying to do, but it's really important. So any harm, of course, it is identified that we are dealing with that. Actually, the amount of harm identified is minimal, but with increasing time, of course, that might change. So again, we can't be complacent about that. So hopefully that answers your question, John, but happy to pick up anything else you might want to.
Thank you, Ray. Well, Sav, shall I bring you in now as well then, please? Then we'll return to Mel, yeah.
Thank you very much. And I think Mel and Ray have quite eloquently described the processes there. And I think I hope that provides the board with quite a high level of assurance in that actually performance isn't just the business of the Chief Operating Officer, it's what we collectively do. And I think it's really important in being able to describe, and how Ray's described and how Mel's described that absolutely hits the nail on the head in that it's a collective responsibility, and that organizational discussion we've had across the CBUs about A&E pressures is not just about the department, it's about the whole hospital response. And I genuinely believe that's why we get such good traction in terms of keeping flow going. And indeed, it'd be remiss of me not to mention our community partners. So when we look at long length of stay patients in our bed base, so these are patients who've stayed in longer than 21 days, we stand out as an exemplary site and a place. We could not do that without the support from Adult Social Care, our community partners, and the multi-agency integrated discharge team. And there's lots of hospitals up and down the country who are ringing us and finding out what we're doing. And it's keeping those numbers low and making sure that we can safely discharge patients that allows us to keep flow going. So it'd be, as I say, wrong of me not to acknowledge the hard work that happens at place level. In terms of John's question around ambulance waiting times, and that's been brought into focus clearly given the pressures that are being experienced in Scotland and the need to bring in the military up there. So it's been on our focus as well. What we have is lots of systems and processes around that. So we have formal SITREP reports, so situational reports that come out at periodic points throughout the day, which give us the status of the site. And on top of that, what we've got through our command centre is an hourly and 2-hourly report that comes out, which describes to us the total number of patients in department, the total wait time for those patients, the number of patients waiting for a bed, the handover time for an ambulance, and we assign an OPAL score, so a level which basically then triggers certain actions depending on where we get to. As I say, that's monitored very closely through the command center, and at the point where we think it's rising and it's gone beyond a certain point, the A&E team can then enact certain actions through the coordinators, and the coordinator being the lead nurse and the consultant in charge, which is about diverting your manpower resource and your workforce to those particular areas. We have seen an increase in ambulance handover delays, but we remain, and in fact, it was Vicky and Vicky Thwaites, our CQC inspectors, and Karen and I were on a call with colleagues yesterday where they were pointing out that despite seeing a slight increase in our handover rate, actually regionally and nationally, we remain a positive outlier in this. So our numbers are relatively low. But again, we shouldn't be complacent. That is a focus area for us to continue to work on. And any patient who waits longer than necessary is an unnecessary delay in my eyes. And so we need to continue to push on that for the sake of our patients, and we're doing so. But we have got the systems and processes, as I've outlined there, in place, and we can, on an hour-by-hour basis, monitor that through our command centre.
Thank you very much, Saz. That's really helpful detail in response to the questions from Ray and Saj in support of Mel's report. Thank you. Mel, shall I turn back to you and ask whether there's anything you wanted to say in conclusion there, please?
Nothing further, Max. Thank you.
Further, no. Okay, and I will just pause a second and make sure there were no further questions that arose from that. But that was terrific operational detail in support of the queries. So thanks, everybody. Great stuff. Okay. Shall we move to finance and performance then? We've two matters to deal with here. We'll turn the microphone to Julie and invite Julie to bring to our attention anything from the Chair's report that she feels she would want to emphasise. And then we have a paper to note which relates to emergency preparedness, resilience and response, and the core standards there. We're going to hear about a couple of areas in which we are partially compliant. So I think Saj will bring us up to that. But Julie, shall I turn to you, please, and ask whether there's anything in relation to the Chair's report that you want to particularly bring to our attention, please?
Okay, so I'll try and keep this brief. So it summarises a two-hour meeting we had, and just to assure the board, some of the conversations we've had about performance and the waiting list, now we prioritise it. We've already had those discussions at the Finance and Performance Academy in some detail on more than one occasion. Quickly, effectiveness review. Two things we need to do better as an academy in a spirit of learning is to look at improvement, look at it better than we're doing at the minute. So it's the one thread we know we need to do better. We're doing the assurance bit, the learning and improvement bit we need to strengthen. And we've also identified a need for more interaction from non-execs on some of the financial issues, from the non-exec directors. So 2 areas where we want to improve, and we are committed to improve. The first one of those, the improvement bit, we've talked about how we're going to start looking at improvement plans for both performance and for finance. So Saj and Matthew have shared with us some ideas about how we strengthen that bit, and we're hoping from October we start to see those new reports with that focus on improvement. We've talked already through the meeting the challenges about A&E and the challenges about COVID patients, and I've no doubt those have impacted through our Finance and Performance Academy, our Quality Academy and our People Academy. We've talked lots about them, but we've talked also about the great A&E performance and the hard work that's going on to sustain that, and the hard work going on across the organisation to sustain our performance targets. So like I say, we've talked lots about it already in the meeting. Finance, forecast break-even position for the first 6 months. The finance report that's included on the agenda today for information sets out we're still forecasting that break-even position. We've had conversations about the work with CBUs to actually what needs to happen in the second half of the year to maintain our financial performance, and some of the communications that's been going on with CBUs about it. And again, the finance report on the agenda summarises where we've moved to on that. Just a reminder that we don't just have a conversation about what happens in the organisation, we have conversations in the Finance and Performance Academy about what happens in place, Bradford District and Craven, and also some of the West Yorkshire work. So, we have those different places in our discussions. Nothing else I want to raise unless Saj or Chris think I've missed anything.
Thank you very much indeed, Julie. That's great. So, Sergeant Chris, the mic is yours if there was anything you wanted to add.
Nothing further to add, Chair.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you, Serge. No,
nothing else from me.
Yeah, no, that's great. Yeah, thank you. And Julie, thanks for reminding people. I've made a note myself as well, of course, that all our academy business is in the context of the documents at Annex 1 and indeed Annex 2 and 3. But Annex 1 reminder, it's in the context of the integrated dashboard there. And as Julie rightly pointed out, the finance report and performance report, which hopefully people have seen. And so I encourage, should you wish, any questions in relation to those, of course, are appropriate. Thank you for for summarising the issues there, Julie. That's great. I don't think there's any further questions. We know where we are. We've had the chance to read up on performance. We've talked a little about it already in board business. We recognise the terrific work in the emergency department, but not forgetting that same effort is being made throughout the organisation. So thanks very much. That's great. Okay. I will. I think just a question within the chat box. So Mohammed, I have picked that up. Appendix 1, core standards, line 68, we're only partially compliant on decontamination training. Is there any indication as to when we would be fully compliant, or are we tolerating this risk? So that's a question, perhaps. Saj, may I turn to you in the first place and ask whether you're familiar with the progress in trying to become entirely compliant on decontamination training, please?
Chair, I was going to put that up as part of my report on the emergency preparedness and resilience response. It's part of the core standards, so if it's okay, I can pick it up through that report.
Perfect. Let's do that then. Yeah. So Mohammed, you can be satisfied that you can be assured that Saj will pick up on that. But thank you very much for the question. Okay. And in the absence of further questions, we will thank Mel for thank Julie for the excellent summary, and we'll move now then to paper 10. And invite Saj to bring to our attention the issues regarding the 10 domains, the 48 standards, and the couple of areas in which we're partially compliant. And this, by the way, just to orientate directors, is as well as to note, we are authorising, or we've been asked to authorise Finance and Performance Academy to take this forward and sign off the submission on our behalf. So can we, if we could listen to it and question in that context, there's a request that our F&P Academy are able to take this forward, please. So Saj, I'll pass to you.
Thank you very much, Max, and I'll try to keep this really brief, but answer the questions that are being raised as well. So there's two core acts that we have to comply with as an organisation, and that's the Civil Contingencies Act 2004 and the NHS Act as 2006, both relating to our duties for emergency planning, preparedness and resilience response. As part of our duties there, we have to submit a self-assessment against a core standard, of which there's 64 standards, but we're being assessed against 48 of those in recognition of the fact that obviously we're coming out of a pandemic. The standards are basically there to try and get some assurance about our preparedness to respond to an emergency and our resilience in order to continue to provide safe care for our patients. And there's one of 4 areas that you can declare yourself into: full compliance, substantially compliant, partially compliant, or non-compliant. We've undertaken our self-assessment, and what we're proposing is that we will be, by the 29th of October, substantially compliant. So with 46 out of the 48 standards, we believe we are fully compliant. There's 2 standards that we're declaring ourselves as being partially compliant with. In addition to those standards, what we're required to do is submit an oxygen supply return as well. And you'll obviously recall back at the height of the pandemic, where there was a number of issues nationally being reported around oxygen supplies and individual organisations' ability to maintain a level of oxygen supply. I can assure the board that there's been lots of work done at Bradford Teaching Hospitals, both in terms of additional VIE tanks, in terms of storage of oxygen, but also our processes for monitoring the amount of oxygen that is used on the ward areas. So all of the practices in place. What we need to do, which we'll have in place by December 2021, is make sure that all of our medical gases committees and our policies are updated to reflect that. So we're declaring a partial compliance against that, but the processes we know are robust because we actually never ran out of oxygen as an organisation throughout the pandemic, and we have got good systems and processes in place. In terms of the 2 areas that we are declaring partial compliance, and this comes to Mohammed's question in the chat box as well. One is around shelter in evacuation, which is standard 20, and this is around organisations having the ability to partially or fully evacuate whole sites and whole hospitals. Of course, we can evacuate, and we've indeed had to move wards around, so we can do partial evacuation. And we know that earlier this year, where we had a fire incident, we were able to move wards around and accommodate that. The whole hospital evacuation is the reason why we've given ourselves a partial compliance with that. That is work we're doing with the North East and Yorkshire Evacuation Task and Finish Group, and that's work that it's got a compliance completion date of June 2022, because as you can imagine, that's not something we will be able to do on our own. It requires us to act with other providers. In terms of the chemical, biological, radiological and nuclear threats, we would ordinarily be making sure that our A&E staff are up to date with their training. During the pandemic year, the training was paused, and what we found is, obviously, since that time, some individuals have not maintained or are able to maintain their compliance with that standard. Plus, we've had new starters who haven't been able to undertake that CBRN training. We're not unique in that. There are other organisations that are partially compliant on that basis, and that's the reason why the West Yorkshire Local Health Resilience Partnership has asked that we get to 75% compliance by December 2022. So not 100% compliance, but 75% compliance by December 2022. In terms of the specific actions we're taking, we've now started and we've put that training back online. So for the next 4 months, from September to December of this year, we've got training sessions in place for our staff to be able to refresh on CBRN training. If we had a CBRN event, how would we mitigate that? Of course, we do rely on the fire services, and we do know that yards are able to help with mitigation of risk of CBRN training. But we perceive the overall risk of the CBRN attack to be low in regards to that. So in summary, what we're asking for from the board is, given we won't have another board meeting in time, 29th of October, all of the work in terms of the updates on policies is happening and is ongoing, for us to be able to take to the Finance and Performance Committee on the 27th of October our finalised position, for the board to delegate authority to Finance and Performance to sign that self-assessment off, for us to be able to submit in time for the 29th of October, and for board to know our compliance levels against the 48 standards that we're currently being monitored against.
Thank you very much indeed, Sarge. An excellent summary. Sarge, may I ask you, please, are you satisfied that we are making sufficient progress as we can on the two partially compliant areas, Standard 20, Shelter and Evaluation, and Standard 68, CBRN?
Yeah.
Are you happy?
Yeah, I'm happy, Max. And the other thing, just for assurance, is what we've been doing in terms of learning from incidents is we've been bringing reports to ETM. So where we have had internal incidents which have related, for instance, as I referenced, the fire panel, we've done a review on the back of that, and we've instigated the learning. So I genuinely believe we are making good progress in that area.
Thank you very much, Saj. I don't see any actual further questions. Thank you, Mohammed, for pointing out that your question had been sufficiently managed. That's great. So we're asked three things, aren't we? We're asked, as Saj summarised, we're asked to note the work undertaken over the last 12 months on EPRR, to note our position against the core standards and the oxygen supply deep dive, and indeed the idea, are we okay as a board to delegate authority to Julie's Academy, F&P, that in October they will determine whether they're satisfied. We've got a final sign-off for the submission. So that's the three asks of us. I'm going to propose that we approve all three of those asks and ask whether there's any comment or concern about those. I will take that as we have unanimously supported the recommendations in the paper. And again, thank you to Saj for the production of that and the excellent summary. Great stuff, Saj. Thanks very much. Okay, we can move to quality now. I am conscious we'll build in a bit of a break, and we'll try and make that a good 10 or 15 minutes and allow people to take a leg stretch and grab something as they have to. But we'll move to the quality section now. I should, of course, warmly welcome Rosie, who I think has joined us. Can you hear us okay, Rosie?
Loud and clear, thank you.
Great stuff, that's great. Well, thank you very much for joining us. And indeed, your item is more or less first on the quality section. But what we tend to do, Rosie, as normal, is we turn to the chair of the Quality Academy, or the author in this case, which is Karen Dauber, and just ask whether there's anything Karen, our chief nurse, would wish to bring to our attention in order to orientate us for the quality discussions. Other than the report from the chair, we've 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 things to consider. So there's plenty in quality today, and we'll get through what we can, but we will break for stop for a break and allow people to take a leg stretch, given that we've been going since 9:30. So I will turn to Karen now and ask whether Karen would like to bring to our attention anything from the Quality Academy Chair report.
Thank you, Chair. I will be brief. So we've met on 2 occasions, very good meetings. Much of some of the things that we've talked about or escalated will be in the following reports as well. But just to pay particular attention to the neonatal deaths, which was picked up, and we'll go into more detail on that on the maternity report. The strategic risks discussion that was noted, we actually talked about the ones on the Workforce Committee as well, and this hasn't quite captured some of the detailed quality risks that we talked about in relation to staffing, patients in mental health crisis. So there was robust discussions about those, and they are featuring on our risk register, as well as the overarching risk in relation to COVID and the COVID pandemic. bring to your attention some really good work around human factors training that we've started to do, and that went to the patient safety subgroup, and the restart of work around audit and NICE guidance and via the clinical outcomes group. So that work has been continuing. The clinical outcomes group, though, is now meeting on a regular basis. We've got the learning from deaths report on the agenda, and I will leave it at that, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Karen. And I will just turn to Mohammed as, of course, the chair of the Academy, given that these are now non-executive led. And Mohammed, is there anything you'd wish to add, please, from the chair's report or in the general context of quality?
Thanks, Max. Hopefully you can hear me a little bit better than last time. Thanks. So I haven't had the opportunity I'm chairing my first Quality Academy meeting next week. I've had some really good discussions already with Judith and Liz from the Quality Improvement team, and we're looking to see how we can kind of make some fine-tune adjustments to the way that we run the Quality Academy. We've been having some really good discussions around the National Patient Safety 9 key priorities and how do we embed that into our work plan, which is already mentioned within Karen's report. And we also had a really good discussion around the quality account and making sure that we're using those kind of key deliverables and driving them through the Quality Academy. So there's this kind of straight line from from Quality Academy, Board Quality Academy, and straight down to ward. So I'm really excited to be chairing the Quality Academy. There's lots of work to do, and yeah, really great team, really good discussions with the Quality Improvement team. So keen to take that forward.
Terrific. Thank you very much indeed, Mohammed. Thank you, Karen, as well for the summary there, and of course to you and Ray for your leadership in this area. Ray, I'll just bring you in, but I will just remind colleagues at board, of course, at Annex 2, we do have a very important document at the beginning of that, the Adult and Child Safeguarding Annual Report, which Karen, I assume has come through Quality Academy. I'm sorry, I'm not meaning to test you there, but I'm assuming it's been considered there.
I think it has, and if not, I'm 99% sure it has, and if not, it will. I'll put it through for information. But they're both very positive reports. Yeah, thank you. I mean, I'm conscious, obviously, we're dealing with a lot of information. Just to remind people of the importance of that document, that I'm sure Karen or indeed Ray or Mohammed would welcome any questions or queries regarding the safeguarding reports. Important things to note. Thank you. And Ray, would you like to come in, please?
Thanks, Chair. Just very briefly to mention, I know Mohammed will be aware of this, so we're very keen to develop a quality strategy. So to put down our vision, really, of how we want to do things in the trust. And obviously, we're talking about the corporate strategy today. And I think that the quality strategy would see that very much as being affiliated to the corporate strategy, talking about how we do things, how we make the right changes, how we improve the quality and safety of care for our patients in the trust. So that's a new venture for us, but I think it's really important to set out our vision so everybody can see that vision, share that vision. So I just wanted to bring that to the board's attention.
That's great to hear. Thank you very much indeed, Ray. And Barry, may I bring in you for your point, please?
Yeah, it's a very specific inquiry. I haven't seen for some time, apologies if it's there and I've missed it, how we're doing in terms of stroke performance, our SNAP rating. I just wondered how, given all the pressures operational pressures that we're under, how stroke treatment is faring at the present time.
Are you able to answer that immediately, Ray? Yeah.
Yeah, so we're rated a B at the moment, Barry, which is obviously we could get better, but compared to where we've been, there's a significant improvement there, and definitely on the right trajectory.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, and thank you, Barry, for raising that point. That's great. Okay. I'll turn and welcome Rosie now, but I'll begin by turning to Ray and ask Ray to introduce this item, research activity in the trust. By the way, I know that we all genuinely believe this is a great idea, that as a standing item at board, we're hearing every time about research activity, and our desire as a board to allow that to be transactional and have an impact on the way we conduct business. I'm not meaning to steal any thunder, Ray, I'm sorry, so I will pass to you if I'm saying what you might have said in introduction, but I'll pass to you.
Thanks, Chair. Thanks, Chair. I was actually going to say that I think, we all recognise that Bradford really has outstanding, world-class researchers, individuals and world-class research facilities. And you know, I know it's a used phrase, but punching above our weight really does come to mind. I think for Bradford to have achieved what it has over so many years, I think is absolutely outstanding. We want to make research part and parcel of everything we do. We want to use it, not just to host it geographically. We want to use the expertise that we have to improve patient care, because we really do have top class expertise on site. And I think really today's presentation, just welcome Rosie McGeechan, who's the director of the Born in Bradford project. I think it's very topical having just said that, because in a way Born in Bradford is really what started, I think, the high profile of research in Bradford, and it goes back to 2007. I don't know what Rosie's going to say, so I don't want to steal any of her talk, but I think this really puts us on the map initially for research. And yeah, I think the status now of the Bradford Institute for Health Research largely, I think, was built on this Born in Bradford project. It's still ongoing now, so I'll say thank you to Rosie, welcome, and I'll hand over to you just to talk to the board about Born in Bradford. Thank you.
Brilliant. Thank you for that brilliant introduction. I've got some slides to share. Ray, I can only see you. Can you give me a thumbs up if you can see my slide? Right, brilliant. So what I wanted to do in this session, because this is the first time, I'm so delighted to be here actually, is the first thing I should say. Born in Bradford is a very big research programme now that's based in the hospital. And what I wanted to do in this first session is try to give you an overview of what Born in Bradford's all about. Now, the documentation that went out with the meeting was quite a large, very detailed document. That is just for you to peruse at your leisure. What I'm going to do in the next sort of 5 minutes is just give you an overview. And the idea is that the next time you invite me back, you can ask me to come and present on a specific topic or theme that you're interested in. So I wanted to, first of all, say hello. So Born in Bradford, we've been around since 2006 and have massively increased in our size over the past 14 to 15 years. This is the most recent picture of our team that was taken just at the beginning of September in our socially distanced summer party. This is about half of our team here. We've got over 80 full-time equivalent staff working for us, and these are a range of researchers, technicians, data people, professors, field workers, clinicians, nurses. So it's a really diverse and energetic team, and we all have like one common purpose, which is that we want to make a positive difference. We want to make a real difference to the health of communities in Bradford and beyond. And the watchword for I guess, what we do in Born in Bradford is all around prevention. So it's this idea of prevention being better than the cure. And sometimes we get a few sort of raised eyebrows when we go out to present our work with other academic institutions, and they wonder why we're based in our NHS trust. But actually, this has been one of the key elements that has made the Born in Bradford project so successful. It's that really close linkage with service providers and the Act as One infrastructure that makes the work we do relevant to what our stakeholders need, but also help to implement our findings into practice. So where did we start? So Born in Bradford fundamentally, back in the day, started as a birth cohort study. And essentially all this is that when you recruit families into a research study during pregnancy, so that you can look at the factors that influence health and well-being over the life course. These are some of the pictures of the twins that are in our original Born in Bradford cohort, who are now turning 14. So, that's the exciting thing about working on a family-based study like this, is that things are always changing. So between 2007 and 2011, we set ourselves up in the maternity unit of BRI, and we recruited over 12,500 families. And those families had over 13,500 children. And I'm actually a Born in Bradford mum myself. Before I got this job, although it wasn't a precondition to getting the job of director, I did have 2 children that were part of the study. And Born in Bradford as a research programme has sort of 4 key aims. Now, hopefully we are all passionate advocates for Bradford. I know I am. I am a very passionate Bradfordian, albeit a Scottish one. Bradford is a young, vibrant place to live. We have, we have one of the youngest birth rates in the UK. We are really ethnically diverse, and that all makes for a really inspiring place to live. But Bradford, like any other urban city, is not without its challenges. We have pockets of families living in really high levels of deprivation. The odds are stacked against a lot of the population in Bradford. So the first aim of Born in Bradford is really to try and sort of shine a spotlight about what's going on in the city, to understand why some families stay healthy and why other families fall ill. But we are not just a dusty shelf academic research project. We want to use that information to make a real change. So our second aim is about using the information we find to develop new interventions, new ways of improving the health in the community, hopefully so that our communities don't end up in the hospital. We want to keep everybody healthy and away from hospital care. Our third aim was to provide a model for the translation of research into practice. So research can take a very long time, and our stakeholders are always saying, well, we need to know things quicker. So we try to provide a model about how we can work with stakeholders to do useful research that can be implemented quickly. And our final aim was about building capacity. So when we started back in 2006, the research department in Bradford Teaching Hospitals was essentially John Wright and a medical secretary, and that was it. But now we've blossomed into a research institute that has more than 200 researchers, and our Born in Bradford Childhood Studies team is more than 80 full-time equivalents, as I've said. And the other really important thing to note is that we are all externally grant funded, so we competitively go out and compete against the top universities nationally and internationally, and are really successful in bringing this income in. So we hope that we are a real contributor to the hospital, and something that adds a lot of value to the important work that we all do. So we have expanded greatly, particularly in the past sort of 5 to 6 years, and we now host a family of birth cohort studies. So the aim is that we're trying to build a city of research data infrastructure here, which makes Bradford the go-to place when we're trying to evaluate what policies, initiatives and interventions are important for health and well-being. So we have our original cohort, which is our 12,500 families. The middle cohort you can see here is called Born in Bradford's Better Start, and this is an experimental birth cohort to assess the impact of early life interventions on health and well-being. And our most recent cohort, which we launched in 2019, is our routine data linkage cohort. So we ask, and this is embedded within maternity care, so women are asked whether they consent to have their routine data linked for the purposes of research. So this involves things that's collected in the hospital record, a GP record, a school record, social care, all the different types of data that are collected by partners. And the other, I think, sort of crowning jewel in the research infrastructure that we have in Born in Bradford is our Connected Bradford data set. And this is a pseudo-anonymised data set that connects data from lots of different health and social care providers in one place. And the idea is that it allows us to look at how we can best plan and deliver services, but it also helps us provide that research framework, as it were, for evaluating the impact of initiatives that come into the city. So, for example, one of the bits of work that we're involved with is the evaluation of Breathe Better Bradford, which is the implementation of the Clean Air Zone. And this was implementation, we've been involved in the development, it sort of came off the back of a lot of Born in Bradford research, and we're going to use our research infrastructure to look at the impact of this on respiratory health, cardiovascular health and birth outcomes across the life course, across the city. This is something that cannot be done anywhere else in the world. So what do we research? Well, if you want to find out some of our key findings, the best thing to do is to go on our website. But just to give you a flavour, we've looked at everything from acrylamide, which is a chemical that's formed during the processing of foods, and the impact on head circumference, to air pollution. We've looked at everything from green space to gene knockouts. We take a really holistic view of health. So we are interested in everything from the individual level right through to our population level. And again, the website is the best place to go if you want to find out more information about that. So one of the key questions that we are always asked, and quite rightly so, is so what? Can a research project actually change a city? And I think that we have some amazing examples of what we have managed to achieve in Bourne and Bradford with the hospital's support and with all of our partners' support. So this slide is just an example of some of the initiatives where we have brought significant investment into the city. So just to highlight a few, we have Better Start Bradford, which was a £50 million investment focusing on outcomes for pregnant women and children aged 0 to 3. We have our Join Us Move, Play, Jump movement, which was another £12 million from Sport England to encourage physical activity. We've been more recently doing work as part of the Act as One programme on the RIC programme. So we host our Bradford Research and Equalities Unit. Our Act Early programme is all focused on systems-based interventions to improve health. We have a cultural element to our programme via the LEAP. And as I mentioned earlier, our Breathe Better Bradford, so implementation of a £50 million clean air zone and associated activities within the city have all come directly as a result of the Bourne and Bradford programme and the work that we've done with our partners. And I just wanted to highlight at the weekend, we do get a lot of national and international recognition. So at the weekend, we were successful in the MJ Awards, which were our local government awards. So this was for the work that we did during the COVID-19 pandemic as part of Bradford's COVID Scientific Advisory Group. So the work of Bourne and Bradford, our research infrastructure meant that we were able to get out, speak to families and find out what some of the key issues were that families were experiencing during the pandemic, particularly with regards to health and social and economic impacts. And that information was used directly by the council to inform the recovery strategy. And you can see John Wright there, who happily went down to London to accept the award with colleagues on behalf of Bourne and Bradford. I'm going to stop talking in a minute because I know I've got the graveyard shift before your break. I just wanted to tell you about the next really exciting stage of Bourne and Bradford. So hot off the press. So as I mentioned, our oldest children are now turning 14. And this journey from adolescence into young adulthood is a really critical transition period for people. It's a time where, you know, your patterns of health, behaviours, mental health are all laid down and affect health for the rest of your life. And our young people in Bradford now are entering this journey in a time of unparalleled disruption to their health, to their education. And so we have been working with Welcome, which is a charitable funder, on a project, and just had confirmation that we have been funded for the next 7 years to work on our Age of Wonder programme. This is going to be a citywide research project. We will be recruiting up to 30,000 young people across 38 secondary schools in Bradford, and we will be following them up over 7 years to find out what's important for keeping young people's mental health and physical health well during this period, but also to use that 30,000 as a platform to test interventions, particularly to improve mental health. So this can be a very big project for us, and you will be hearing lots more about it as time goes on. So I'm going to stop sharing there, and I'm happy to answer any questions. I hope you heard it. I've got a message saying it's bad network quality.
No, you came across extremely clearly there, Rosie, and fed us with a lot of information in a short time. Well done. That was terrific. Thank you very much as well for the preparation of all the papers that colleagues will have read before you spoke. So that was extremely helpful. Thank you so much. Oh my goodness, that's so inspiring, isn't it? It's so relevant to everything, you know, everything we do as a hospital. And Rosie, I loved that mantra of research that protects the city. That was on the photo there. What a lovely line. Yeah, I'm so excited about Age of Wonder as well. That's terrific. I'll open up for questions, thoughts and comments. Rosie, unfortunately, we've got a lot of business to deal with the board today. So, because I feel like we could run this session for an hour and a half now with no problem at all. But I'm not able to today. However, I'll open up for questions and comments, and that's wonderful. But thank you very much for what you do and for your presentation there. So, Ray, would you like to come in first then? And then I'll go to Paul, and I've got others as well. So thank you. Ray.
Thank you. I'll keep it really brief. So first of all, just say thank you to Rosie and to really big up the whole Age of Wonder project. I think she's, you know, probably been a bit modest there, and it is a huge project and a huge opportunity with massive funding behind it, actually. And this is such a unique project to have followed up such a big group of children for such a long time, from birth right into adulthood. And what our young people are going through at the moment is a once in a multi-generational thing. So the opportunity to see how that affects people, again, is absolutely unique. And I think this is a really exciting project going forward. So thank you, Rosie. Well done to you and all your team. And I really look forward to seeing what comes out of all this.
Thank you, Ray. Thanks very much. And Rosie, I'm sure you know you have a chief medical officer that entirely supports everything that's trying to be done here in research. So it's great. We hear about it at the board meeting as well. So yeah, Paul, I'll bring you in, please, and then Janet and Mohammed have as well. So Paul.
Thanks, Max, and thanks, Rosie. It's a fantastic presentation. I just wanted to do two things. One, echo Ray's last comments. I mean, I have 3 kids, one of whom's 12 and had that really challenging transition around school and COVID in the last 18 months, and it has absolutely affected her mental health and well-being, and is a topic that we're not talking about enough or understanding in enough depth. And your point about the imprint that might then have for, you know, all of her future life, and really understanding the right interventions at this stage to make her more resilient and more robust. As a father, I really echo the criticality of that work. I've seen it and see it every day, actually. The second thing was, and maybe it's just in the context of some of the earlier presentations, we are, you know, reorganizing the NHS again with the emergence of ICSs, and then within that place. And I just wanted to reflect how essential it will be that we make the best of that opportunity for the population of Bradford, and how our ICP does have a hell of a head start by having you as an engine room for our relationship to the way in which we structure models of care going forward, in a way that, yeah, as the hospital has consistently demonstrated since I've arrived and before it, you know, we impact on our community. We live within and work within our community. We're not an institution on the hill. We're very much part of that community. So again, I'm just going to echo the fact that in terms of cliches, you are a jewel in our crown, and we need to make best opportunity of that going forward.
Thank you very much indeed, Paul. Well said. Rosie, I will of course make sure that you have any final word here, but we'll invite comments from directors around the board. So I'll move now to Janet then, please, and then Mohammed. So Janet.
Thank you so much, and thank you very much, Rosie. And yes, of course, we know your work. I'm from the Faculty of Medicine and Health in Leeds, but I live in the Bradford footprint, so appreciative of what you do. So my observation and question is around the point that you're an absolute hotbed for developing research capacity and capability. And I just wondered the extent to which developing clinical academic careers, either for medics or non-medics, midwives, AHPs, and those who are in the social care sector, if that was growing amongst your research unit, because it's a perfect environment to do so.
Yes, that's. Am I right to respond now, Max?
Well, would you mind? Could we hold it for the moment, Rosie, and we'll see what other comments are made, and then, as I promised, the last words will definitely be with yourself. Yeah. So great point, Janet. Thank you for raising that, and of course your links with Leeds Medical School, as we know. So, and Janet, I know you have a lot of work with our own research team as well. So, Mohammed, shall I bring you in now, please?
Thanks, Max. Rosie, thank you so much for that fantastic presentation. I've been a big kind of advocate and fan of having more research kind of visibility at the board. So thank you for doing that. My question was around how good do you think we are in terms of closing the loop? So all the learning you've talked about that you've got around clean air, green zones, mental health, how good do you think we are as a place or as a community, healthcare community, in terms of getting that learning and putting it into our decision making, our policies, helping us inform our decisions?
Thank you very much, Mohammed. Thank you. And may I ask were there any further comments or questions? I can see sort of lots of nods and smiles, Rosie, and we enjoyed the input very much there. So I think we heard very much about senior support in terms of our organisation as a hospital trust. We heard about ICP links and the importance of that, and a really interesting point about the role of parents in all this work. The opportunities that there may be for clinical academic careers developing there, And then Mohammed's final point, perhaps about transactional, and how transactional might this be? Do we learn and put this into practice, and does it affect the way in which we make decisions and think about things? So thank you everybody for your comments, and as promised, Rosie, I will certainly give you final words on this.
Okay, brilliant. Thank you so much. And I'm going to keep it really brief. In response to Janet's comment about building research capacity, yes, we do aim to do that. We host a number of placements for paediatric fellows, public health fellows, and we're also working with the medical schools to provide placements at undergraduate level. But we're always keen to do more, so that's something that is a real important for us, but also trying to build up that capacity from Bradford community as well. You know, we need to build up better research capacity from local Bradford people, and so that's also a priority for us. And then in terms of Mohammed, about how making decisions and how our research is actually making a difference, I would say that there are really great examples of that happening in the system in Bradford, and we in particular work really, really closely with the local authority and public health, and I think that's working well, but I think there's always improvements to be made. And one of the things that needs to happen is that I think we need to always get better in the way that we communicate our findings in a way that policy and decision makers can use and action. So I would be really open to hearing some ideas about what we might be able to do to improve that, if you can see any further opportunities.
Thank you. Thanks very much, Rosie. Was there any final thoughts or comments? And if not, I'll turn to Ray and ask if you would like to say anything in conclusion regarding what you've heard, Ray, and yeah, whether, I suppose, you know, whether the relationship between the trust and its research arm, of course, is working well and developing as it should. I think it is.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Thanks, Jack. Yeah, I think it is, and I think but we're not where we want to be. I think we need to be better at working together. Again, to reiterate what I said at the outset, we've got world-class facilities and world-class people on our doorstep. Why wouldn't we want to use that expertise to improve patient care? And of course, we would want to do that. So we're trying to strengthen links all the time. We are trying to improve our clinical engagement with the Hospital Research Committee. I'm working closely with John, trying to support what he does. We are trying to work with Leeds to get more allocations of academic clinical fellows and academic clinical leaders in the trust, because I think Bradford historically has been underrepresented. Most of those perhaps unsurprisingly go to Leeds, despite Bradford's outstanding research offering. So we're working with Leeds to try and prize more of those individuals, the researchers of the future, into Bradford. So it's certainly really high up on my priority list in terms of improving that engagement and the visibility in not just in academic circles, but actually seeing the benefits in clinical forum for our health of our patients. So thank you, Rosie. Thank you very much indeed, Ray. So Rosie, I do hope you feel confident in the relationship with the senior leadership that is here in the trust, and how much we support what you're doing, and we want to work well together. Is there any final comment you'd like to say before we close this item and move on to the next one? Thanks.
No, thank you for your time. And as I said, next time I can come and give you something a bit more detailed on our wide portfolio. So have a look and tell me, and we can have more focused one next time.
We definitely welcome that. And as I say, it's an important point that there's a standing item on research activity now at all board meetings. We're really keen. Yeah.
Right. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed for joining us in person, Rosie. Much appreciated.
Really. Thank you. Bye.
Thank you. Yeah. And thank you for bringing that to board, Ray. That was really, really, again, inspiring, actually. We've had a lot of inspiring presentations today, so that's terrific. I'm conscious we've got a couple of colleagues who've joined us for item 18, which is shown as 11:30. So as a courtesy, I think, shall we move immediately to that? I hope colleagues can use Team Engine Find to orientate themselves to those papers or that part of the agenda. And why don't we now take the opportunity to hear from Well, I can see certainly that Karen and Razdi are with us. And Ray, I know this comes under your leadership. So we will just see whether James has joined us as well. That's great. I can see James is here. So as chair of the board, Karen, James and Razdi, a very warm welcome to the board of directors. We're extremely keen to hear from you regarding organ donation. And we know the relevance of this at this time, but I will pass to Ray in order to introduce the item, and we'll take this. And I think then, following this update, we'll then take a break and we'll come back to finish off the rest of the quality items and move on, okay? So Ray, shall I turn to you and ask you to introduce what we need to think about here, please?
Thank you, Max. So first of all, welcome to Karen, who's chair of our organ donation committee, and to Raz, who's our specialist nurse for organ donation, and to James, who's our clinical lead for organ donation. James is also an anaesthetist and intensive care doctor here in the trust. So welcome to the three of them. Thank you for coming along today. I think the timing of it is absolutely right today, because we are in the midst of organ donation week, and at a time when families are experiencing tragic loss. This is something really positive that can come out of this. And I think Karen's leadership is absolutely outstanding in this regard. Her passion it just shines through every time you talk to her. So thank you for coming along today and telling us about some of the absolutely vital work that's going on. I don't know who's going to do the talking from the three of you, but welcome to all of you, and I'll hand over to you now.
Thank you, Ray. Welcome, everybody.
Hi, it's James. I'm the clinical lead. Can you hear me all right, guys?
Coming through lovely and clear, James. Yeah.
Excellent. So I'm just briefly going to introduce the three of us as a team, my background, and then Raz will talk briefly about his background, and then Karen, finally, we'll hear Karen's story. Again, I'd like to thank, on behalf of all of the Organ Donation Committee, Mel and all the members of the board who've been right behind us this week in raising awareness. Are you seeing my slides there?
Yes, they're coming through clearly, James. Yeah.
Excellent. So this is just a picture so you can put names to faces. We are the triumvirate in the white box, arranged here hierarchically by height. So Karen is our chair. Raz is our specialist nurse, or SNOD, to use the lingo, and he is our only full-time donation professional. And then I'm the clinical lead. I also work, as Ray said, as an intensivist and anaesthetist in the trust. Sarah Whittingham is our team manager and is the NHS blood and transplant manager across the region. If there were any issues with our performance, if you didn't hear from us, you would hear from her, but she's currently very happy. Just briefly, my brief is to support and deliver best practice in organ donation. And if we're not doing that, to ensure that we're working towards that. I have a statutory duty to report to you, the trust board, our performance, and I am accountable for our clinical performance. I've been in post since March, but because of COVID reasons, I don't go down to Barnsley for my formal induction as CLOD, which is clinical lead, until next week. I've been interested in donation for over the past 10 years throughout training and then as a consultant. I've briefly put my interests and aims there for you. They're ones that we all share, but as a long-term aim, I would say that the end game is that every Bradfordian makes their own well-informed, considered decision about donation, whatever that may be. I think that's a laudable aim. That's what we should be working towards. In terms of relevant research we've done in the area, it's a paper from a few years ago that I did with Paul Murphy, the then national clinical lead, and Dale Gardner, who's the current national clinical lead for organ donation, looking at reasons families might overrule their loved one's wish to donate their organs. We found that not involving the SNOD tripled the odds of that, which is why it's best practice guidance. We also found that families of minority ethnicity were about 3 times more likely to override, which obviously has some relevance for the population we serve here in Bradford. These are some of the issues that we're interested in. That's my background. I'll carry on doing the slides. I'm just going to invite Raz to introduce himself to the board.
Thank you.
Thanks, James. Good morning, everyone. And firstly, thank you to Mel and everyone for inviting us over. Secondly, it's Organ Donation Week, hence we're all in pink. And thirdly, thank you very much as well for everyone who had played a part in supporting our Organ Donation Week. So I've been in post for the last 6 years. I used to be an ICU nurse, but my main role as a specialist nurse in organ donation is supporting families in making a decision on organ donation, be it they decline or they support or accept organ donation. My main role is to support families throughout. We cover the entire length and breadth of Yorkshire. There's about 27 hospitals, and my embedded hospital is Bradford, and I also cover the Mid Yorks Trust. So that's me in a nutshell. And we also, part of my role is to facilitate a rather complex, as you can imagine, process of consenting families, supporting families, and taking the donors and organizing them for the retrieval surgery, and organizing the organ allocation nationally. It's quite a big role, but there's only about 28 of us in the region, about 100 of us in the country. We also, as part of my job, look at potential donor audit, which is the audit that I collect from you. And so far, since April to September of this year, we've looked at 65 deaths that have been audited. And of those 65 deaths, and that would include COVID. COVID remains an absolute contraindication to organ donation and tissue donation, but we still audit them. 23 were referred to the organ donation team. The parameters that we look at in terms of how best practice has been achieved is through no missed referrals. And in this case, in Bradford, we've had no missed referrals, no missed opportunity, and missed opportunities and missed opportunity to transplant, no late referrals. We did have, however, one hospital approach, which we're trying to avoid, the standard being that the SNOD broaches the subject of organ donation, but in some situations, it's really unavoidable, such as when a family was very, very abusive, very verbally aggressive towards the consultant, and the consultant didn't have an option but to mention organ donation. There are two types of donors: the donation after circulatory death. In this instance, 21 had so far been referred to us, and unfortunately none of them had been eligible, because after going through assessment, we follow quite national guidelines in assessing potential donors. None of these potential 21 referrals have been potentials. However, donation after brainstem death, we have had 6 eligible so far, and all of them had been brainstem death tested, which is a national standard, a gold standard best practice according to NICE guidelines. And of those 3, we approached 3 families, and they've all consented. So the bottom line is, Bradford, I'm sure you're all been absolutely very, very proud that you helped save the lives of 9 to 18 people who needed life-saving transplant or tissue transplant in the last 6 months alone. So thank you very much on behalf of donor families and the donors themselves, obviously.
Thank you, Raz.
Thanks ever so much, Raz. And then I'd just like, if my slide will move on in a second, to introduce Karen. So Karen is our Organ Donation Committee Chair, newly in post, thriving in the role. Karen will just briefly tell you a story in a moment, but she does, in addition to being a chair, she also does ambassador work nationally for NHS Blood and Transplant. She has a day job at Bradford College, but also over and above that does an extensive programme of education around organ donation for students at Bradford College. She's extremely active with the WI and speaks locally and nationally to various groups, and has also done a reasonable amount of press recently, both print, TV and social media. She's a massive asset to us in terms of her donation activity. Obviously, when you talk about donation, you're trying to get people to have serious conversations and take action. We're very conscious that the thing that makes people do that is hearing human stories. So I just want you to, I know some of you may be familiar with Karen's background, but I'd just like to introduce Karen and ask her to share her story with us. which give you a flavour for quite how lucky we are to have her on board. Okay.
Yes. Gosh, how do I follow that, James? Thank you, Max, Mel, and the team of the board here for allowing the three of us to be here to talk about organ donation. Very privileged to be here with you today, and it is Organ Donation Week, so we are all pretty in pink. Gosh, when I read that, James, some of the things that I get involved in, I wonder how I have time to do anything. But yes, my story. So I am a donor wife. It was my husband, Mark, that passed away 4 years ago from a spontaneous brain bleed. He has gone on to help 8 people who are having that second chance of life, and I've taken his wisdom and his information over the years that we've been together, the 31 years, to talk about him, to talk about our story, and to not be afraid to talk about our story and to share that story. And like James mentioned there, it's quite a thing that motivates everybody to listen to my story. Tonight, Look North are featuring my story at 6:30, so there's a TV plug for you all to have a look. I'm very fortunate to have met 2 of Mark's recipients. One of them is the Yorkshire artist Pete McKee, and him and I are doing this at Look North tonight. The things that Mark has done and gone on to help people do, I just love to talk about him and what he's done and his legacy. He's been honoured at Leeds Hospital today because that's where he had his transplant, and a wall mount is going up this afternoon for him. I've been very fortunate to be part of the wall mounts and the Tree of Life that we have there at Bradford, and how amazing and special they are as a legacy. I have been talking to many groups, Women's Institute, like James mentioned, various roles as an ambassador. But I think one of my biggest things is the Bradford College collaboration that I was lucky to talk to Ray and Mel about earlier on in the year. I've engaged there with our community officer, and he's quite big in the BAME community, and I'm hoping we can cross-collaborate there with my role with 2 different hats on. I won't bore you with all the other gory details and stuff about Matt, but he was brain stem cell dead, went on to help 8 people plus numerous tissues as well, which I've never found out exactly how many. I'm just grateful you've given us the time, everybody, to listen to us. We're quite big on social media. We do like to put our pictures and things out there of you all getting involved, lighting up buildings, as you can see there. Thank you, James, last night for coming down and taking this wonderful picture. We're one of many trusts over the entire country who have been lighting up special buildings, including Bradford College as well, and it really is an honour to be involved. Get onto our social media. We have our own Bradford Organ Donation Twitter page where we're sharing lots and lots of amazing stories and things as well. Now, we're happy to take any questions. If you've got time, Max, to allow anybody to ask us questions, we're happy to take those questions.
Thank you very much indeed, Karen, Raz, James, absolutely superb, so powerful. And I'm glad you feel positive about the way in which the Trust is trying to support the work here. Thank you. James, should I perhaps return to you and ask if there was anything you wish to say in summing up or anything further? And I'll also ask Ray if he would want to bring anything to the attention of the board. Thank you. So, James?
I think in terms of our clinical performance, it's currently really good. We've done really well during COVID. I think nationally, we've managed to keep going around about 80% of donation activity despite COVID. And certainly that's been reflected locally, as Raz says, with the fact that we're still doing really well on our donation figures. So I'd just like to thank the clinical teams involved, because it is a real litmus sort of test of the operation of the hospital. Donation is difficult to do at the best of times, given how difficult it is to do any operation at the moment. The fact that we can do organ retrieval is just a really impressive testament to all the different teams involved. So I'd just like to thank them, and again, thank Mel and the board for being absolutely 100% piling into the effort to raise awareness, and we've had a really good response on social media. So thanks to the committee, and thanks to you guys.
Thank you very much, James. It's just so powerful, and such a great wider spreading of the knowledge of what you do here. So and what we all want to do. So thank you. Ray, shall I turn to you and ask if there's anything, and I'll just open up for any general questions or comments. But Ray, as our exec lead in this area, is there anything you would wish to say, perhaps summing up what we've heard there, or things that the directors might want to think about?
Yeah, I I told you Karen was inspirational, didn't I? So I think we're incredibly fortunate to have such a committed team, not just Karen, but James and Raz as well. I think the work they do at the hardest time in a family's life, potentially, to actually face them, talk to them, share their inspiration with other families to help them to help others. I think the work they do is incredibly important. None of us know when we might be beneficiaries of this, or indeed have the opportunity to help others, as Karen has done her husband. So yeah, just thank you for all the work that you're doing, and thank you for coming along today and sharing that with us. And that's it from me. Thanks.
Thank you very much.
Thanks so much, guys.
Thank you. Just don't go yet, guys. I think we may just have a couple of questions. And I know Mohammed has raised something in the chat, but Mohammed, I'll give you the microphone if you'd like to. It might be a question for James, perhaps, of a clinical nature, but Mohammed.
Thank you, Max. Two quick questions, please. One was just on the question around kind of COVID deaths and just checking whether kind of how that affects organ retrievals, whether it's an issue or not. The second one was just around, you mentioned the real challenge around ethnic minorities and donations from those communities. And it's a real issue. I mean, I've experienced it personally. I'm on the organ donation registered myself, but when I'm discussing it with family, there's some really embedded beliefs there. And kind of what worries me is that when I'm not around to challenge that decision, then my family will say something different to my own wishes. And I'm just wondering kind of how you've engaged with that. And do you think you're making any progress with those kind of beliefs in our communities?
So two really good questions. The first one, I will always defer to Raz, who has the most up to date, but there's no recorded case of COVID infection following a transplant. And I'll defer to Raz. I don't think you can do a transplant on a COVID positive patient, but Raz will tell me otherwise if that's incorrect. Raz?
All the transplant communities in the Kingdom, and I think internationally have accepted that COVID at the moment is an absolute
contraindication. Yeah, brilliant. Thanks. And in terms of the second question, this is a long-standing thing. The chaplains locally, so Mohammed Arshad and Syed Ismail, have been brilliant in terms of long-standing engagement with this. And Bradford, historically, going back 15-20 years, has been a bit of a centre for holding conferences and forum engagement. And very often what you find is a superficial perception that this is to some extent a religious phenomenon, but my understanding from certainly speaking to Arshad is it's more often cultural and linguistic and historical and educational, and there's a lot more to it, and very little of it really comes down to religion. We know that the Muslim Council of Britain are advocates of organ donation. In terms of whether we've made headway, obviously I'm new in post, but historically, I think the honest answer is not so much, and a lot of time and effort and money has gone into trying to address this, and as yet we've not had a lot of progress in that area. We're trying to look at presenting to Bradford, in particular Bradford youth, with the theme of this year being youth, the inequalities that are reflected in organ donation, and try and get them to have a good look at that and think about their own futures and that of their loved ones, and try and empower them to take on some of that responsibility for addressing those difficult conversations that you said you've had yourself, Mohammed, with family.
And I would say, Mohammed, if any of you on the board here can help us, we are trying to roll out the education programme that NHS BT have now got for key stage 1 to 5, trying to get into the schools. It's part of the curriculum now, so we will be looking at, you know, how we can empower and educate and raise awareness with the youth. And again, at college, we will be having some engagement events where we're going to get our students thinking about talking about the BAME community and the science behind it, and get some of the Islamic leaders involved. So if any of you here on the board could help us in getting out into schools so we can go deliver that message to key stage 1 to 5, that really would be a big help.
Fantastic. Just one quick thought on the discussion that we've had. I wonder if there's a kind of a gifting pathway that you know, perhaps if you started with blood and blood donations, that gets you thinking and having the discussion and talking with your family, and then that can lead on to kind of think discussions about organ donation, bone marrow, all of that kind of stuff. And again, I wonder whether we've looked at that, and do we have any data around BAME, blood donations, and perhaps we drive that bit, because that's probably easier to do in the first instance, and then you can drive that gifting pathway and thinking about donation.
If I may answer that, James.
Please.
Yeah, I don't have the data, but the one sobering data that we have been presented by NHS Blood and Transplant is that if you come from a Black and an Asian ethnic minority group, you're 4 times likely to wait longer than your white counterpart for a transplant. And that's the inequality. So more from these communities, more and more patients are needing transplant, but less are donating. And the obvious clinical medical reason for that is the genotyping, the tissue typing match. It's much easier in terms of survival outcome for patients who are closer in terms of ethnicity to donate.
Thank you, Raz. Mohammed, did that meet your question requirements? Okay.
It was fantastic, great session. I'd be so keen to see how we can follow up. And I've been tweeting all of your stuff, so I'm kind of, you know, big advocate, kind of giving it as much amplification as I possibly can. But we're really interested in that gifting pathway and thinking, is there anything we can do more to drive that up?
Yeah. When people donate blood, they will be asked about organ donation. There's a pathway in a way.
Yeah, great point, Mohammed. Raz, thank you very much. And Saj, would you like to come in, please?
Yeah, thanks, Max. And today is the 40th celebration of the Bradford Council of Mosques. So I think there's potentially a role there for the Bradford Council of Mosques, who are really active in the city, and of course helped with COVID and during COVID. And so I think there's a definite role for them in terms of helping with this agenda. So that was just to highlight to the team here around a potential contact point in there.
Yeah, thank you
very much. Good. Yeah, that would be a good path in. Thank you very much.
Yeah, and Mel, I know how personally supportive you are of this particular programme, initiative work in the Trust. Is there an option, if you can hear me okay, Mel, is there an option for you to perhaps discuss at partnership forums in respect of widening the knowledge throughout our health and social care partners and beyond?
I'm certainly more than happy to do that. I can speak to Shaq, who's our comms and engagement lead, about how we might do that under the Act as One banner. Certainly, you know, last week I think we had some suicide prevention because it was World Suicide Prevention Day on last Friday. So I think we can do that and put some signposts there across our comms networks around that. I mean, Saj has referenced the Council of Mosques, and certainly, you know, there's a wide network that we have through our place-based leadership arrangements that we can reach police, fire, rescue, education, and others. So I'm happy to do that.
Fantastic, Mel. Thank you very much. And Karen, I'm aware that our Bradford Institute of Health Research, who we were hearing from earlier today, are very keen on the promotion of the idea of citizen scientists amongst primary school children. So, and I think primary school children towards the end of the primary school time, so that they're beginning to build up an intellectual capacity. It may well just be worth having a word with those in respect of the potential to raise organ donation and the wonderful things that it does. So
yes, Max. Yeah. I have a Bradford Hospital email address, so if any of you have any suggestions who I can reach out to, please feel free to let me know. I'm happy to follow those up. Thank you, Max.
Fantastic. Okay, so I'm going to finish by sincerely thanking all three of you for everything you do and for joining us and widening our knowledge on this really important work. So thank you very much. I hope you feel extremely well supported by the Board of Directors. We are here to support you, and you have the contact with us wherever necessary. So thank you for raising our knowledge, and thank you for everything you do.
Thanks, Max. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you. Bye.
Yeah.
Bye-bye.
Thanks very much. Wow. There you go. So how powerful, eh? It's a terrific board meeting. I am conscious of time. We're not doing too bad, I don't think, because we have got till 2:30 or maybe before if I can, in terms of dealing with everything else. But I think it is time now to take a break. I know that Sarah is joining us for maternity services update, so I suggest we start with that as we resume. Shall we say that we'll resume at 12:15? I've got 12:02 on my computer. Does that sound right? So shall we go to 1/4 so people have time to grab a cup of tea or anything else that they might just need now? We'll deal with the outstanding items on quality, and then we've got people partnerships, etc., to try and manage. I may have to call for a little pragmatism for those, especially the execs amongst us. If you think that having read the paper, the main points are understood, you may feel that you're able to say that and just draw our attention to 1 or 2 main items. But that's not in the spirit of suggesting we shouldn't have the scrutiny questions and any debate that we may wish to have. So let's do that. Let's take a break, shall we, till 12:15, and we'll come and finish on quality. But you know, the things I've highlighted there: the organ donation update, the research activity, the patient story. These you know, this for me is a good board. Our knowledge is no doubt increasing. See you 1/4, everybody. So here we go with part 2 of our board meeting. We're going to go, again, we're just going to slightly change the order of things as a courtesy, of course, to Sarah, who joins us here. And we're going to deal with maternity services update, which is item 15 on our agenda. And it's great, of course, to have Sarah here, as she always is, at our board meetings. And may I take the opportunity to remind people that John Prasher, John, is our maternity champion of a non-exec level for the time being. So John is the maternity champion, and of course we're greatly assisted by having Professor Janet Hurst now joining us on the team, who has a significant amount of experience in studying maternity and obstetrics, etc. So it's great. I think we're going good places, I'm sure, with maternity, and given the outstanding maternity services programme and the work that's being done there is great. So Karen, shall I turn to you, please, and ask if you would introduce what we need to think about for our maternity services update at paper 15.
I will, Chair, but I think John Prasher has a hand up.
Oh, sorry, I hadn't seen that. John, come on in, yeah.
Thank you. I was happy to wait, but thanks, Karen. I'll do it now. Yeah, I just wanted to really confirm what you said, Max, that I've very recently taken over the role, and I've been very impressed with the openness and the transparency that Karen, Sarah, and all the staff have shown. There is a real focus on quality and safety, and I'm very assured by that. My only slight reservation at the moment is, given COVID, the visibility and the amount of time I've been able to spend actually focusing on it has been far more remote than I would have liked. But I feel because of the excellent communication of the staff, we are bridging what is still quite a frustrating gap.
I agree, John. I agree. And of course, there is no bar on individual attendance where absolutely appropriate. But just at this moment, we're discouraging large meetings, of course, taking place face-to-face in the Trust, given the situation we are with COVID deaths and infections, and indeed the necessary restrictions on people who visit. But thank you, John, and thank you for your point, actually, about openness, candour and support from the people working in this area. And I'm delighted that you're performing that role, John. Thank you. Thanks very much. So, Karen, shall I turn back to you then, please, and maybe introduce, and Sarah, it's great to have you with us again. Thank you.
I'll bring in Sarah, our Director of Midwifery. She's going to update on the salient points from the July and August reports, and also give a position on September stillbirths, which is an escalation. Over to you, Sarah.
Thanks, Karen, and thank you, Max. So yeah, as Karen said, we've got 2 in 1 this month. We've got July and August updates due to board not sitting in August. So I've tried to amalgamate the key points from both papers to deliver in one overall. I would just like to give a really quick update and just put a little bit of context around what's happening in maternity services at the moment, certainly at LMS level, but also regionally and indeed nationally, because I think that might inform some of our challenges that I'm going to refer to at the moment. So really, since the summer, maternity services have been extremely pushed. We have got significant challenges within the neonatal ODN, which is impacting on maternity services regarding transfers of mums requiring cots for very preterm babies. Certainly as a tertiary unit, that's giving us a little bit of a challenge, both receiving and needing to send mums out. It's fair to say that we have I don't think anybody within maternity has seen staffing crises quite like it at the moment. And I really want to stress to board that that this isn't about poor planning and poor management of our staff arrangements. This is about a national shortage of midwives, offset with the Ockenden recommendations, which, whilst it's been brilliant that we've had financial investment to obtain more midwives, the reality is that there aren't enough out there at this moment in time. So we're balancing, trying to manage the significant risks that we have alongside challenging staffing levels. They're always poor at this time of year. Got a little bit of feedback there. They're always pretty poor at this time of year just because of the natural attrition around summertime, waiting for our new starters. But actually our current vacancy is only 10, which from an establishment of around 250 midwives is pretty negligible, really. So it's not that's causing us the challenges. The ongoing pandemic is causing us some significant challenges still, particularly, in fact, more so than at the beginning in maternity services, I would say. We're having more staff that are needing to be off for up to the 10-day period. We've tried to put some resolve into that with some effect. But it's safe to say it's quite tough out there at the moment. So I'll move on. As I've just alluded to, from the July paper, you will see that we did receive the Ockenden funding to increase our establishment to 32.2 whole-time equivalent midwives. There's a little bit extra in there for backfill for training as well, and also 1.9 obstetric consultants. Now, I do again want to really stress that that's a massive number for us to recruit, as I've said, given the current staffing challenges. But in relation to our Birth Rate Plus recent report, what we actually need as our first priority is to recruit a further 12.56 to our establishment in the first instance. That has been determined as what we need to provide safe services with the current pathways and models of care that we've got in place. So as Director of Midwifery, that's my first priority. The continuity of care aspect of achieving 100% or continuity as a default position, which will require the 32, is a longer term plan that we will be working towards. So the continuity has not gone off the agenda, but our focus is on maintaining safe services, and our priority will be keeping those existing continuity pathways in place for our most vulnerable women, which is what we're doing at the moment. So I just wanted to make that really clear. I also feel that 12 is an achievable figure for us to recruit. We've got some very innovative ideas, and hopefully I should be able to update board certainly before the end of the financial year to say we've managed to achieve that. I'm quite confident. So I just wanted to get that out there. So on to our usual update on harms and the things that board need to know about. Again, due to staffing challenges, and particularly amongst our consultant body, we've had quite a lot of bereavement leave and some unprecedented sickness and absence over the last few months, which is actually affecting our ability to complete our usual gold standard of doing clinical reviews within 72 hours. Again, I would absolutely like to assure board that even though some of those there's been some delays in actually completing the 72-hour review, every single case that I'm about to refer to has had a thorough review, certainly by the senior midwifery team, and the MDT team have tapped into that, even if they've not been able to write a full report within that timescale. We do see that there will be a resolve to that before too much longer. People are starting to return to work, and obviously we've also had some investment in our consultant body as well, so we should start to see the benefits paying off very soon. So as Karen referred to, stillbirths, I do need to touch on that. Obviously we're looking at July and August. The July position was that we only had one stillbirth, which has been in keeping, 1 to 2, with what I've been reporting on since the beginning of the year. Unfortunately, I needed to report that there were 5 in August, which triggered our internal escalation policy of our inventory process of that conversation with Karen as the exec lead. And then we went on to do a thematic review of the 5 cases. So whilst they've all had an individual review, they've also been looked at collectively. We were able to report that there are no significant themes or trends emerging from any of those cases. There is a brief resume in the paper that I can draw your attention to, and you'll see that they are all very different cases. As Karen referred to, unfortunately, our September position is also one of escalation. We're sort of near to the end of the month, but we have still got a few days to go, and we're unfortunately on 4 at the moment. Again, we've reviewed all of those individually and collectively and can't see any themes or trends that are causing us any significant concern. The plan at the moment is we'll get to the end of the month, and then the next step is to actually look at August and September collectively. But early indications are, again, that looking at both months, there's no real similarities between any of the cases. So I just wanted to bring that to board's attention. The internal systems that we've got in place are working very well, and I think we have had feedback from our CQC colleagues that they didn't see that 18 months 2 years ago. They're definitely assured that they're seeing the robust processes that we've got in place now. So on to HIE cases. Again, that's something that we also report on a monthly basis. There were 2 babies in July that required cooling. Now, one of those met the HSIB criteria and has gone as an HSIB case. It's been accepted. The other did not meet the criteria because the baby was below term gestation. There were no babies to report in August. We're not concerned overall with that. We've not seen a rise in cases. In fact, if anything, we've been pretty steady with either 0 to 1 cases since the beginning of the year. So no major causes for concern there about HIE. SIs for maternity. There was 1 in July, which was the HSIB referral of the HIE baby that I've just mentioned. It automatically is an SI because it's referred to HSIB. We also declared another SI in maternity in August, and that was a postnatal readmission via Accident and Emergency Department of a postnatal woman. And our attention to our review of that case did reveal that there had been some delay and recognition of the treatment of sepsis. And sadly, that lady ended up requiring a hysterectomy in the postnatal period and was very unwell. She has subsequently made a good recovery from that, but it did certainly show that there was definitely some lessons learned and did meet the threshold for an SI. So that's in place at the moment. There are 2 other ongoing SIs, but both of those are again HSIB cases. So they're progressing well as far as I'm aware. HSIB are totally in control of those cases, and I'll feed back to board once we've got those final reports. Neonatal SIs, if you recall from Quality Academy in August, Katrina Firth, one of our neonatal consultants, gave a very good resume and an update on the thematic review that we'd done of the neonatal deaths. We'd perceived that there'd been an increase that had resulted from one of our bi-monthly safety champion meetings, and had recognised that we needed to be applying the same processes to neonatal deaths as we do to stillbirth. So that is now in place too. To update, there was a further SI declared in July, which was a blood transfusion error. So most of the learning, I understand, is in relation to the transfusion department rather than to neonatal teams, but there is a bit of learning to come out there too. There was 0 declared in August for neonates. and the 5 that are ongoing in total have all had extensions agreed to my understanding. That's the update from my neonatal colleagues. Neonatal deaths in July, we had 3. And sadly all 3 of those babies were butterfly babies. None of them were expected to have a positive outcome. Again, there's some really good examples of good care on that palliative care pathway, and the involvement of Forget-Me-Nots Hospice as well. And there was sadly 1 again in August, but that was an extremely premature baby of only 21 weeks gestation that lived for a few hours. So there are no new neonatal deaths that are causing us any concerns. HSIP cases I've just referred to, we've just got the 1 at the moment. So that's it for harms. I think now I'd like to draw some attention to some positive stuff for a change. It all feels a little bit gloom and doom sometimes when we're reporting like that. Our maternity safety champion meetings, including our floor to board meetings, continue to be really robust and quite well attended. And I think we've seen an increase over the last few months of a wider spectrum of staff actually dialing into to the monthly meetings with Karen. They're not telling us anything that we don't already know, which is very reassuring. So they are bringing up things like staffing, but they are also able to articulate what we're doing about staffing as well, which is really positive. Equally, our bi-monthly meetings have continued. August was the last one where we said goodbye to Selena and thanked her very much for the input that she'd had, and we're very much welcoming John to join that team. Our transformation work has continued despite the challenges that we've got with staffing. Our team from the OMS are continuing to do whatever they can to make the positive changes that we need to within maternity. We have got the ongoing theatre build, which is everybody will be pleased to know is still absolutely on track. There is some service impact now, just because we've got to the stage now where rooms have been taken out of action for brief periods of time. So that is impacting a little bit on our capacity, which is challenging at times, but we're managing that at the moment. But it's one of those things, isn't it? We've got to sort of weather this one out because the benefits will far outweigh. All of the outstanding maternity service work streams continue. And again, I think I'd really want to draw attention to the work that we're continuing to do with our Maternity Voice partnership. And I don't know how many people have seen sort of on social media, certainly on Twitter, but indeed can refer you to catch up the Channel 4 news from Wednesday night, where the CQC report that's been done into maternity services also engaged very much with 11 of the MVP chairs across the country, ours being one of them. And we were highlighted in Bradford as a beacon of excellence for the work that we've done with getting messages out to our BAME and vulnerable communities. Karen's just informing me it's Tuesday night. So if anybody who wants to watch it, we're on there. It's short and sweet, but we're definitely there. But again, just feeding into that, our MVP colleagues have been amazing. They've continued to support us with whatever they can. They've come into the building. They're doing our 15 steps reviews. We're now, I think, at something like 75% of our clinical areas have now been reviewed, which is just absolutely amazing. And we've been able to make some small but important changes in direct feedback to that. The other positive piece of news is that our Cerner EPR build, Paul Rice will be pleased to know, is continuing to go from strength to strength. We had 2 very, very well attended but very positive future state dates where we were given a bit of a dummy run through some of the work and some of the to see the system live, so to speak. And the feedback has been overwhelmingly positive, which is very reassuring. So again, this is going to give us another bit of a staffing challenge as we draw nearer to the go live date. particularly as we're going to have to release midwives to take up the training. So again, it's another one of those things where we're just going to have to pull our belts in, weather the storm, because again, the benefits of this system will far outweigh this little hurdle that we've got while we're rolling it out. Other positive things to say were we had a really positive engagement meeting with our maternity support programme team in August. They were able to give us some really positive feedback about the changes and improvements that they've been able to see that we've made since we started with them at the back end of last year. Unfortunately, they don't have the powers to exit us from the support programme. That sits with the CQC, but we've had conversations about that, and I think there are plans in place there. But it was a very positive meeting, and it's great to be recognised for the real changes that we've made and are able to sustain at the moment. The other thing that's been really positive, again, that you might have seen certainly on my Twitter feed and other people's, is how we've been very proactive with our vaccination of our pregnant population. So we have been really fortunate that our colleagues in BDCT have been so accommodating, and we've really worked well together to provide the pop-up clinics within the maternity setting. And I think we all felt really strongly about that actually there's a lot of hesitance about the vaccine in general. We know we've got that in Bradford still, and we've certainly got that amongst our pregnant population and new parents too. So we actually felt that by having it on site really validated the vaccine to start off with, but we're in a position that we are able to, any woman that's hesitant, we can have a really meaningful conversation at the time, and either we've actually encouraged quite a few people to have the vaccine as a result of those conversations, and then we've had some people come back the week after who've gone away and had a bit of time to think about it. So we're not talking overwhelmingly massive numbers, but it's still incremental, and everyone absolutely counts. And we've been very thankful to those women as well that have again shared their stories to hopefully raise the profile about why it's a really important thing to do. So I think that's probably about it. The last thing, as we're aware, is that we submitted our maternity incentive scheme, full compliance in July. We thought we'd got a bit of breathing space, and then a couple of weeks later, year 4 landed on the doorstep. But following escalation that myself and some of my other Hom and Dom colleagues in the region have made to our Chief Midwifery Officer, she's escalated the pressures that services are facing at the moment. And we are expecting that there's going to be a national announcement that they're going to push the dates of that back. So again, just quite reassuring that we're in a really good position to escalate some of our concerns to a real senior level that actually makes a difference, and we'll try to support maternity services during these really difficult times. So I think that's it. Open to questions.
Thank you, Sarah. So absolutely delighted to hear of the significant progress that's being made in maternity services. Thank you. Thank you for finishing on those points. And I'm sure our director colleagues will join me in expressing our sadness at the challenging news for some families in our area over the last couple of months, and of course to our colleagues who are working hard to prevent those things to happen. I'm very pleased to hear, Sarah, about the investigations being underway, and where appropriate, where criteria is met, HSIB's involvement in those. So thank you for making that clear. But how sad that we've had a difficult time for some families, and of course I'm very sure that colleagues are affected by that. I will open up, so we're obviously asked to note Sarah's terrific summary of progress in maternity over the last couple of months. I think with 6 papers as well that helped us prior to the meeting, Sarah. So thank you for that. But I will just open up and ask if there's any questions, comments, or thoughts on maternity services update. Janet, would you like to come in, please?
Yeah, thank you very much, and thank you very much, Sarah. And similarly, you know, it is quite a challenging time for families and staff as well. And thank you for delivering that for us nice and clearly. I have a special interest, but I haven't managed to catch up with John yet to have a one-to-one. So I'm not fully tuned in yet to everything that you're doing. There's multiple challenges and more challenges, you know, all hands in maternity services, as is the norm. And I'm very mindful about the capacity building for the workforce, which you alluded to. And I'm sure in terms of placements, you'll be playing your role in that space. And I'm also very mindful that the future midwife standards are above and beyond what we've experienced previously, which is adding another training need amongst the every other training need that our current workforce needs to develop. So I was just interested if there was a plan in place somewhere in all those many plans to enable the current workforce sort of raise their expectations around what those future midwife standards are going to be for your new students and new workforce.
Thank you, Jenna. Yeah, great point. Shall I see if there's any other points to be made first, then Sarah and Karen, and then we can come back to you and hopefully pick those up. So I hope you'd maybe just making a note, please, of the points being raised that might just require a response. John, would you like to come in now? And then we have Julie and Karen as well. So John.
Thanks, Max. I'm just pressing buttons. Just give me a second to get off mute. Okay.
You're clear.
I wondered, Sarah, whether you could say something about the amount of red that seems to be appearing in terms of trends on performance in the improvement plan.
Yeah, some challenges there. Yeah. Okay. Thank you, John. Was there a particular area you were thinking of, John, or was it just generally whether it's been a challenging couple of months?
Yeah, I mean, I noted what Sarah said about staffing, so I was just interested to know really generally why there appeared to be probably more red than I would have hoped to see. So it's a general question, Max.
Thank you. That's helpful. Thanks. And Julie, would you like to come in?
Yeah, two quick things from me, Sarah. One's a thanks to in your team, because I got a new grandson delivered by your team. Great service, so thank you. The second one's a question. Did we, due to the staff shortages over August and September, did we close the labour ward at times? And if we did, how many ladies do we know that impacted on?
Thank you, Julie. Thanks. Yeah, we'll definitely pick up on that. And delighted with your good news, Julie. That's great. Yeah. And Karen, can I bring you in, please? Karen,
Thanks,
what?
Max.
Hi, Karen.
Hiya. My question's around staff wellbeing, really, Sarah. Obviously, there's been a relentless focus on improvement. There's a lot of pressure on resources right now, you know, from a capacity perspective, but also from an outcome perspective. So I'm just checking in really in terms of how the team are feeling.
Thanks very much, Karen. That's great. So I think I heard questions on additional training needs that are required for midwives, the reds that are showing, in particular in relation to staffing. How touching on that, the point that Julie made about have we had to close the labour ward, and could we understand that, please, as a board of directors, and how the staff are actually doing in terms of their own well-being, given the fairly challenging time that we're just going through at the moment. So none of that, of course, is meant to diminish the positive points you're making as well, Sarah, but this is good. This is good scrutiny and good questioning, as ever, with our board. So shall I pass to you in the first place, Sarah? I'm conscious Karen's here as well, of course, but are you able to deal with those points directly?
Yeah, I think so, Max. So firstly, around the standards. So actually, I think, to be fair, Janet, that with all the other things that have been going on in maternity services over the last, you know, sort of since the back end of last year, there hasn't been that much focus on the revised standards. I'll be brutally honest about that, but it has just started to pick up pace. So I attended a forum yesterday regarding the standards. There is some and how they relate to Ockenden as well. So there's a little bit of benchmarking that needs to be done internally. So I've got a week's annual leave coming up, but quite timely. We've just put that meeting together for the week that I come back, so that me and my senior team can have a look at the standards and actually look at do a bit of a benchmark about where are we, what do we need to do, what do we need to change. And as you quite rightly say, the new people coming through, that's all they're ever going to know, but actually the impact on our existing staff, I've also got a conversation with the university coming up in the next, I think that's next week as well. So that will be one of the key points for discussion there, is actually what can they do to support us a little bit as well. You know, as I've alluded to, our staffing is very challenged at the moment. So actually having that headspace and that time, that physical time for people to attend updates on things like standards is quite difficult. So I'm going to try and again be a little bit innovative about how have we got any quick ways that we can get some messaging out so that everybody's briefed on them. So that is work in progress.
Thank you.
So who was next? That was John and the maternity improvement plan. Yeah, so I think, John, the reality at the moment is that that some of the staffing challenges that we're feeling both at obstetric and maternity level, midwifery staffing level, has in one instance meant that we've not actually been able to get together as a team to go through the improvement plan with some scrutiny. So I do have a feeling that actually the position is probably better than it looks when we actually have that ability to sit down and go through it. I think we'll actually find that we've got a little bit more amber and green on there than we have red. So I'm not using staffing as an exact, as an excuse for everything, but it is definitely factoring in there. I think it would be really helpful for me if you have got any particular areas within that you want a little bit more information on, that I can try and sort of drill down on a bit further. I do think we probably need to catch up ahead, sooner rather than later, ahead of our first Safety Champions meeting as well, so that we can have some conversations about some of those key things.
Thank you, Sarah. And there was the issues of whether we had to close the labour ward and how we're doing in terms of staff wellbeing, which I know we see some of the general initiatives which are really strong, but there was an interest there in how our maternity colleagues are doing with that. Karen, did you want to come in now? Are you okay if I come back to you after those points?
Yeah, it was just to say that Sarah and I do discuss the maternity improvement plan every month when we meet as a one-to-one, and a lot of the slippage is down to COVID and sort of the inability to just progress some things, but none of those red areas are particularly mission critical. So you'll see a lot of the red areas are to do with, we must implement this new guideline, which we've done, and put training in, which we've done, and it's the audit that's catching up with that. So it's the audit of the change that we've made where the slippage is. And as you can imagine, with the pressures that services have been under for the last 12 months, that is something that may slip. Saying that, we are still doing many audits as well, the mission critical ones.
Thank you, Karen. And Sarah, has the labour ward been closed during this period?
Yes, unfortunately it has. So you do have a table within both papers that shows you the diverts. So certainly during July, I wrote it down somewhere. During July we had 2 diverts. In August we had 2 diverts, and then we had 3 attempted diverts, and that's the similar position that I'll be reporting in September as well. Now, it has very much been driven by staffing versus that increased activity. We've definitely seen an increase in births in August. August is generally a busy month, but we've definitely seen that increase as well. So with more women coming through the doors and more complexity, and I think that's one of the things that's a little bit hidden in this feedback, is actually how to capture the complexity that we have on our labour ward in Bradford, which really compounds flow and that ability to transfer women either home or up to the antenatal postnatal ward, because we've got such a high risk population that we tend to find that they've been high risk all the way through the pregnancy, the high risk when they're coming in labour, that doesn't suddenly disappear the minute that they've birthed the baby. So we tend to find in quite a few situations that part of our challenge is that we end up being bed blocked in our on our labour ward as well, which doesn't help matters. So we do try to cohort where we can. We've got the additional challenges, as I've said, at the moment with the theatre bill. So our capacity for rooms is slightly reduced as well. So that's playing into that need to divert. One thing that I probably didn't say earlier on was when I gave a bit of a précis of what was going on certainly within the LMS, is that we are absolutely not an outlier. Throughout the summer, I've been participating in a daily system call with the other HOMs and DOMs in the West Yorkshire and Harrogate LMS. And what we do there, it's a bit of a mutual aid call. Is there anything any of us can do to support anybody else? Because what we're finding is that we are attempting to divert, but the reason we can't is because our neighbouring organisations are experiencing exactly the same challenges at the same time. And we all manage it in slightly different ways. So obviously we've got Mid Yorkshire have got the ability to, they tend to close their birth centres. Leeds have got that ability to divert between their services from one side of the city to the other, whereas we don't have anywhere to go. But what we've, I really would like to stress is that whilst we have had to divert a few women, it's not massive numbers. We're talking probably 2 or 3 in each of the diverts as a maximum, sometimes not even that. And also we might have diverted a few, but we've probably also accepted some women whilst we've been diverted as well, because they've either just turned up and needed that care immediately, or we felt when we've triaged them that actually there's more risk to trying to divert them to another service which is further away than actually seeing them and dealing with them. So we are only talking small percentages of women at the moment for that. And we are hoping that it is a situation that starts to improve as our staffing, as our October cohort of new starters come through the door, that we will start to see some reprieve from that over the next few months. So I hope that answered that one okay for you, Julie. And again, congratulations for me. And Tabitha was an absolute star, was the feedback that I got. She was a natural. So she needs to share her story as well.
Thank you, Sarah. Thank you.
It's easy to lose the good news sometimes, Sarah, isn't it? So it's good to know that. Yeah. And Sarah, there's the point that Karen made about the particular challenges and scrutiny within maternity, and how are we looking after our staff. And in fact, I'm delighted to hear you're having a little bit of time off. I do like Prarana Issar's quotes, the Chief People Officer, that rest and recovery are part of our terms of reference. I said it's a great quote for me, that, and it reminds us that it's important. You need to come back refreshed. How are we looking after the well-being of our colleagues in maternity over challenging times?
Yeah, thank you for that question, Karen. It is a challenge. We've got, as with the rest of the organisation, the ongoing impact of the pandemic and everything that people are dealing with inside and outside of work is really affecting people's resilience and that their coping strategies. So we're doing what we can as far as supporting everybody on a shift by shift basis. We've put a lot of additional leadership support in there on the shifts where we know we are going to have significant challenges. So I know that's a little bit it's not so much reactive. We're trying to be proactive on the day. I know that doesn't solve the longer term problems for people at the moment, but we haven't got the luxury just yet of being able to group together to really look at what can we do to make a difference. So, for example, what we're doing is we're making sure that we have a Band 8 who is available to support the senior midwives on call out of hours, so that if they get to the point where they feel they've got nowhere else to go, they've got somebody senior, a phone a friend to have that conversation with. Now, that's also not sustainable on a long term. There are only 6 of us that meet that criteria, but we are absolutely recognising that we need to do that wherever we can at the moment. We've also extended our bed manager role. So that's a role that we have Monday to Friday. We've also extended that to weekends, so that there is another person in the building who is dealing with flow, with supporting staff, with giving reassurance, with making sure people have got their breaks, facilitating break times. We're doing that on a weekend as well as during the week. Also, things like we've had to use some of our very experienced but specialist midwives to actually pick up some clinical work. Now, we're really fortunate at Bradford that a lot of our staff have got very solid backgrounds in intrapartum care and in other areas. So for example, our infant feeding coordinator will go and support the ward, the ward, so she can do some of the infant feeding stuff at the same time as making sure that her other colleagues have got breaks and we're facilitating that kind of thing. So we're very much doing what we can on a day-to-day basis. The other thing that I'm trying to do on a personal level, and I've got round quite a few of the areas so far, is do some open forums. So whilst it doesn't change the situation for people, what we're finding is that staff in some of the clinical areas that have got really specific challenges just need that airspace. And although we've got, you know, they're quite happy to talk about it as safety champions, they just need to feel listened to. So we're just very much trying to make ourselves available, myself included there, to give people some airtime where I'll be brutally honest, haven't got the solutions in a lot of cases at the moment. But what I'm also asking for them is that if they've got any solutions, I'm a big believer in no idea is a stupid idea. We'll try anything. And if it doesn't work, then fine, but at least we've tried it. So trying to give a little bit of, people sometimes feel like they need permission, don't they, to make changes and do things. So what we're trying to do is actually create a culture where staff are feeling, actually, no, I've got a good idea. Why do we do things like that? We can do it in a different way and it will make our life a bit better. So we're just trying to look at tactics like that. And then hopefully come October, when things start to settle down, we will be able to look at some more robust ways of how can we give people a break and really recognise the challenges that people have put in over the last 18 months, nearly 2 years now, isn't it? Other things that we've got in place are preceptorship. So we are going to be increasing our preceptorship offer and a bit more in the way of, we've got professional education, but what we're going to look at is more of that practice educator, of having people in the clinical areas who again can support people in practice. Certainly our newly qualified, who are, we know this time round, are going to be very vulnerable because their training was so impacted by COVID, that we know they're going to need a bit more love and attention than your normal graduate midwife. So we're looking at what we can put in place to support them. But equally, if we put that in place to support the newly qualified, that makes the lives of our existing senior staff a little bit easier as well, because they're not bearing all that burden themselves. So we're just looking at whatever we can do at the moment.
Thank you, Sarah. Thanks for the significant additional detail there in response to the questions. That was very helpful. I will just check with everybody if there's anything outstanding. But Mel, would you like to come in, please?
Thanks, Max, and thanks, Sarah, for all the kind of incredibly comprehensive feedback that we've come to expect. Just to let you know that there is another exercise in scrutiny, and we've already alluded to some of the national concerns that people will have seen covered in national media around the deterioration in some of the CQC's ratings for maternity services in some very notable hospitals of late. So Jacqueline Dunkley-Bent, who is the National Head of Midwifery, the Chief Midwife, has written to me inviting representatives of the board and the senior leadership team in maternity services to meet with her and other colleagues, both regional and national, to understand whether or not there are any specific issues that they need to be aware of. It's a generic piece of work, I think, that's being invited of all maternity service providers. Jacqueline is familiar with us, of course, because we are part of the National Support Programme for Maternity Services. And when we had our kick-off meeting, Jacqueline was part of that and heard from our maternity improvement Outstanding Maternity Services Programme team, so has already had some insights, and I'm sure from feedback that she's gained from the most recent visit, for example, when our regional midwife came, there will be a certain level of assurance, but that does, notwithstanding that, the team will want to come and probe further that we are doing everything that we purport to be doing in this particular very high risk and very significant area. So it's just to make people aware.
Thank you very much indeed, Mel. Yeah, thanks. So, and can I just check with colleagues who asked questions? I don't think there was anything outstanding, was there, from Sarah's responses there? So I think that's right then. I know further questions. Sarah, thank you so much for your leadership in this area, for the significant amount of time we spend at board, of course, querying how we're doing there. And we are all asked, of course, to note both the papers and your verbal input. So thank you very much indeed, Sarah. Yeah, great stuff. And I do hope you have a lovely break.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah. Karen, was there anything you wish to say in conclusion, or have we dealt with matters that needed to?
Just very quickly to conclude, so we had a really successful Actors One event around maternity services, of which a lot of the Bradford midwives, I'm biased of course, stole the show. Jackie Dunkley-Bent, the Chief Midwifery Officer, was present at that and heard a lot of the really good stuff that's going on. Sarah is hiding her light a bit under a bushel because I know she has been contacted by other maternity services that are struggling to ask how we have transformed our services here. So word is getting out there. And just to mention that we had a follow-up visit with NHS E&I. So Sasha, who is Jackie's deputy, the regional midwifery officer, and a few others came and spent the day in maternity services. The feedback was very, very good. And they are now in discussion with the CQC, as Sarah alluded to how we could exit the programme, because the criteria for exit was set at a time before COVID. So we're just working through that. But I know the CQC are keen to reassess us, in particular in the well-led domain and the safety domains within maternity.
That's really helpful context, actually, Karen. Thank you very much indeed. And Sarah, again, thank you for all you're doing here. Thank you. I'll see you later. Yeah, thanks, Sarah. Great stuff. Okay, well, it's important we spend time, as we always do, on maternity improvement and how the update's going. We may have to be a little pragmatic now with the rest of the quality items. Karen, we've got the infection prevention and control report at 13, hospital onset COVID-19 infections to consider with yourself and Ray, vaccination programme and patient safety strategy. And you had read all about patient safety during the course of the preparation here. So shall we go back to 13, Karen, and just ask you to bring for approval the infection prevention and control Q4 report, please. 13.
Thank you. So this is the infection control report for Q4, which also brings together the previous 3 quarters to also make the annual report. As you can imagine, a lot of it is dominated by COVID on top of our usual metrics that we measure. The main areas of risk within this are relating to some ventilation, which we're aware of, but also the unfortunate increase in MRSA and MSSA bacteremias that we are seeing. Attached to the report is the recovery plan for MSSA and MRSA. It's not easy to say that. And also is attached the annual work plan going forward as well. Just to remind board that we do also discuss infection control at the Quality Academy, where we on a monthly basis see the infection control board assurance framework, which is the key driver to keep us safe during COVID. And when we go on to talk about hospital-acquired infections in a moment, you will see that that work has been successful in terms to when we look at how we've done that against other colleagues nationally. So I'm happy to take any questions. It's a good report. It's quite easy to read. I asked board to approve the annual work plan and approve the recovery plan for MRSA and MSSA bacteremias.
Thank you very much indeed, Karen. So that's the ask, that we're asked to note the reports, confirm the actions arising are appropriate and approve the annual work programme and note the risks identified and approve further actions and mitigations as detailed. Are we content to do that, or does anybody require further information? Having read the report and heard from Karen, is there anything? No, we're content to do that? Great stuff, yeah. So unanimously approved the recommendations, Karen. Thank you. And if we could then now please go to item 14, which I found a really fascinating paper, actually. Thank you for the nature of the analysis there and the data. Very, very interesting. So item 14, we're being asked to note hospital onset COVID-19 infections. Karen, should I turn to you first?
So I think I'm going to take this, Max, if that's
Dr.
okay.
Smith.
Thank you. So I'm not going to go through the very large paper, but what I will do is just share the presentation just briefly, if that's okay. If I can just find the right one, that one. So can everybody see that okay?
Yes, thank you, Ray.
Okay, so I'm not going to go through this in great detail. I'm just going to pull out the most important points. So first thing to say is that obviously COVID has occupied our entire thoughts almost for the last 18 months, almost 2 years now. And it was important that we learn from the lessons from COVID. A lot of the outcomes for patients were not what we would have wanted, and as such would represent serious healthcare related incidents, and it was important that those are investigated and learned from. It was impractical to go through every individual case that had come to harm. So what was agreed at a national level with NHS E&I was that investigations could be taken as sort of cohorted, really, so that thematic learning could come out of clusters of learning. So the two SIs that we conducted were guided by NHS E&I, and one was about hospital-acquired COVID deaths, and the other one was about hospital-acquired COVID outbreaks. So just a couple of quick definitions. So probable hospital onset COVID is a first positive swab in the first 8 to 14 days after admission, and a definite COVID hospital-acquired infection is a swab on 15 days or more after admission. It's important to say that those are definitions and we have to work within those definitions. But what we do know is that some patients who clinically have COVID and are with us for 5, 10, 15 days sometimes do not test positive until quite late on in their illness. And yet we know clinically they have come in with infection, with radiological changes and clinical appearance, which are highly suggestive of COVID, but don't test positive initially. So some of those hospital-acquired ones are in there because we're slave to the definitions and may actually not reflect actual hospital-acquired COVID. So the figures we've got are really worst-case scenario. So in terms of two investigations, first of all, looking at hospital-acquired COVID deaths. So this was a period between August 20 and August 21, and during that time there were 3,269 patients admitted with or diagnosed with COVID, and there were 743 deaths, sadly, during that period. 7.25% of those deaths were hospital acquired according to the NHS E&I definitions. Now that doesn't sound great until you look at the national statistics there. So it's estimated on average nationally between 20 and 26% of hospital COVID deaths were hospital acquired. So actually our 7.25% represents actually a very good performance. As I said, the key things around this are what we learn from it. So for all the definite hospital acquired, well, for all the COVID hospital deaths, of which were 54 in total, all had a post-infection review and all had duty of candor process followed. 16 of the definite hospital-acquired COVID deaths underwent a structured judgment review and were included within the serious investigation. What we found actually generally was quite reassuring. So the standard of care was actually at a very high level for really all of those patients, despite the unprecedented challenges at that time. We found, unsurprisingly, that many of the deaths actually had significant comorbidities. All were very frail prior to admission. We did find some areas to improve, but that was largely around the communication, around particularly communication with GPs, timely discharge summaries, and more complete discharge summaries. But we found really good practice, particularly around evidence of good decision making, end of life care, involving the patient where that is possible, and also the involvement of the families, and really good communication with the families. So for those unfamiliar with structured judgment reviews, this is a formal process which adapts a very structured learning style to a patient's care. So it actually is as objective as it can be when you're reviewing somebody's notes, and you have to have specific training in that. So in terms of the outbreaks, between the periods of June 2020 to May 21, so 12 months, there were 20 outbreaks declared. There were a number of themes that we found from this, and one in particular was around some atypical presentations of patients. So not everybody came in with the cough, the shortness of breath, the temperature, the things that were described, particularly in the early phase of the pandemic. People came in just feeling generally off the legs, sometimes with gastrointestinal upset, and particularly in elderly patients, actually not just being sort of off the legs with no respiratory symptoms whatsoever. And it was very difficult to identify those patients, really. We did find as well, interestingly, there was between some high-risk groups and this group, particularly I'm talking about renal dialysis patients. We know that patients attend for renal dialysis 2 or 3 times a week, and they get to know each other very well, and they do socialise outside of the hospital environment. So there is evidence, or there was evidence, of spread between those patients from outside hospitals. So it's very difficult to decide, did they transmit infection to each other because they met outside, or because they met inside the hospital. So there is some uncertainty there. And we do know that obviously our hospital estate, it's 80-year-old estate. It is, we have a fairly low proportion of side rooms. I think so I think 14% at St Luke's and 31% at the BRI, so about 28% of side rooms altogether, which is a lot less than ideal, a lot less than most other organisations. And it was impossible to change that, of course, to suit the pandemic. So in terms of the what have we learned from this, there's a whole list there which I won't read out. You've obviously all got the papers, but I think there's 1 or 2 things to pick out in particular. So, you know, the adoption of a PPE hub, I think was crucial, and the training associated with that in terms of mask fit testing, donning and doffing, and support for staff to maintain highest standards of IPC. I think we certainly absolutely embedded IPC, and Claire Chadwick was outstanding and has been rewarded with a national honours, you'll know, an MBE. She was completely embedded right from the outset, and everything we did was led really by infection prevention control. So Claire and her team, and Karen and her team, were absolutely outstanding in leading the attempts for good infection prevention control. So the other thing, we also had some really innovative ideas. So one which again was recognised as a finalist in the HSJ Awards recently was around the work of the heat map. So this allowed us to look across the whole organisation by location and by time to see where infections were popping up, and allow us to act really quickly and do what we needed to do to control those outbreaks. So it's not all good news, but I think there's a lot to be incredibly positive about. And the other thing I'll do, if I may, I'll just share very briefly. Can everybody see that? Has it all changed? So
nothing's changed for me, Ray. It's still on the slide.
Is it? Okay. I'll might have to stop sharing, and I'll share a different one. So. There we are. Can you see that?
Yes.
Yes. So I'm just going to, you probably won't be able to read the detail, but this is national data by trust, and this is the alpha wave. So this is a Kent variant. and this reflects the percentage of COVID infections in a hospital which were hospital acquired. So obviously that's not so good up there, and this is better down here. So if I can just highlight for you, that's Bradford. Yes. So we're in the very, very best quartile of low levels of hospital acquired COVID infections. And given our estate and what I've just described, I think that's absolutely incredible achievement. And this graph here is essentially the same, but this is for the Delta wave, the Indian variant, so-called. I think two things to note on this. So first of all, for every trust, it's better than it was in the first wave. So it shows that we were learning as things went on. But also, again, here's Bradford down here. So incredibly low incidence of hospital-acquired COVID compared to our overall incidence. And when you think about our estate, our population, the very, very high incidence and prevalence of COVID in our community, I think that's an absolutely outstanding achievement. I think the other thing to point out is that as I've gone through and talked about the learning, it's important to know that we didn't do the investigations and say, oh, now this is what we've learned. The learning was ongoing. So every day we were learning something new. And that learning was shared in-house, also externally with partners. And as I said, I think that the absolute integration of IPC in everything we did was absolutely key. So I think that despite the tragedy amongst all this, I think there's a huge amount to be positive about. I genuinely think we've achieved results which were much, much better than could be expected given our challenges. And I think all the teams involved should be really proud of what they've done. So thank you. I'm happy to take questions.
Thanks very much, Ray. Could I just check, Ray, that can we be assured regarding the criteria application for inclusion of a case as hospital acquired? So it was good to see where we stand. I was just wondering whether, is that a consistent application across the country? I think you're saying yes. Yeah.
It is, Max. That's an NHS E&I guidance, so there's no flexibility in that. It is what it is.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you very much. I mean, I realise the 8 to 14 days and post 15 days and all that sort of thing, Ray, but it was whether we can be assured regarding that data. Thank you. Thank you. Julie, can I bring you in, please, for a question?
Yeah, just a comment, really. Proud to say, be part of the board with those numbers. And for me, it's really good to see the numbers. So we've seen lots branded around in the press about hospital-acquired infections, and be able to point to a number. No surprises, I like numbers. You know, 7%, fantastic. So really good.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you, Julie. Yes, and the additional data regarding comorbidities and things like that is really interesting, isn't it? It's the nature of people it's affecting. So thank you, Julie. Yeah, I don't think there's any further questions. We're asked to note the report, and actually that again, terrific data. Again, great for raising the knowledge of the board as to what matters here. And of course, we're always working in this spirit, aren't we? If something comes to your mind later after board and you wish to raise it either directly with the execs or through the academy process, then that's welcome. That's the point of this. So, but thank you for the candour and the inclusion of the data there. Extremely useful. Thank you. May I move to item 16 there, please? Can I assume that we're all content to note? And it's an opportunity. Karen, again, maybe just a little bit of pragmatism, please, as we deal with these matters. But otherwise, we're running a quality board, aren't we? But these are important matters.
I'll be really, really quickly. So from a place point of view, because I'm SRO for place and we're lead provider for place, we are continuing to do the second version of the updates, which is, so we're giving second vaccinations. We've started to vaccinate now 12 to 15-year-olds clinically extremely vulnerable, and from next week we'll be offering vaccinations via the Care Trust in schools to all 12 to 15-year-olds. There's lots of prep gone into that as well. We've also been running a very successful pop-up model, again, that has had some praise because of the innovative way that we are doing that and the way that we are being inclusive in our approach to the vaccine programme. If you then drop down a layer for BTHFT, we have started our flu campaign this week, and our COVID booster campaign officially starts next Friday. We are going to use the Sovereign Lecture Theatre or the Education Building again and run sessions on full days on Fridays and Saturdays going forward. So staff are being asked to book in for those. Was that brief enough?
Thanks very much, Karen. Yeah, well, obviously we've got the benefit of hearing from you there. Yeah, that's great. And an opportunity for anybody who requires further information as to where we're going with our vaccination programme. Are there any questions, or are we content to note Karen's update? I think we are. Thank you very much, Karen. That's great. And if we could move to item 17 now, please, which is the 9 key NHS priorities. And there are some recommendations for us to consider to approve here, isn't there? NHS patient safety strategy, patient safety specialists.
Yeah, thanks. This is Ray as well, Max.
Thank you.
Not me. Well, it's both of us, but mainly Ray.
So thanks, Karen. Thanks, Max. I promise I will keep this brief. So this really just outlines the update to the NHS patient safety strategy, which was first published in 2019 and was updated in February this year. Just to say that the Quality Academy and the quality strategy, which I mentioned earlier, will be absolutely aligned to the 9 key themes outlined in the NHS patient safety strategy. The other 2 things to note is a change in the name of the Quality Academy, which we renamed Quality and Patient Safety Academy to demonstrate the importance of patient safety to everything we do there. And the other thing is, when this was first launched, there was 4 patient safety specialists appointed. So this is again a key requirement of the NHS patient safety strategy. So that was shared initially, but what's become apparent is actually to have a single person in that role, obviously supported by others. So it's not a single point of failure, but to have a named person to be that face of the strategy, to have that role full time, to lead on the learning, the education of others, and the implementation of that strategy, we felt was important. So the ask is for the board to note those 3 things and to approve the appointment of the single patient safety specialist, to change the name of the Quality Academy, and to note the alignment to the 9 themes as described.
Thanks very much, Ray. I found these papers actually really useful, thank you, and very, very interesting detail. And I know how committed we are here to patient safety. So it's good to see national progress. And that's the 4 recommendations. Our CMO will be lead executive for the implementation of this. We will change the name of the Quality Academy to Quality and Patient Safety Academy, recognising its importance. Acknowledge the appointment of a full-time standalone patient safety specialist role, and the board agree for current patient safety specialists to present to the board of directors at a future meeting. Sorry if I'm repeating what Ray said there, but that's a reminder of what the 4 recommendations are. Does anybody need any further detail or additional content or have questions before I ask that we might approve those 4 recommendations? Satisfied having read the papers and heard from Ray? Yeah, it's looking that way. That's great. So all 4 recommendations are carried forward. Thank you, Ray, and thank you for your leadership in this area. Yeah, thanks very much. Great stuff. Okay. Take a breath and move to people. And I was fortunate enough to be at a meeting at which Amanda Pritchard was present just a few days ago. And Amanda began by saying that it was difficult to find anything more important, actually, than looking after our people. She clearly recognises the pressures of restore and recovery and the challenges that are to come, but she was very keen to, many of you may have heard her repeat this message, about making sure we're looking after staff. How are we supporting staff and helping them to create the right environment for outstanding services? So that's what Amanda was about. Shall I move, therefore, to Pat in the first place, I think, or Karen certainly, Pat or Karen, who might wish to bring to our attention anything from the report from the chair of the People Academy that's appended at item 19. So Pat, should I come to you first? Now we'll ask Karen if she would like to say anything.
Yeah, sure. Thanks, Max. So I think we can take this report mainly as read. There's two issues that we agreed as an academy to ensure that the board were cited on. And those issues actually have come through in our discussions at board to date. So primarily staffing pressures and focus on sickness absence. So firstly, we had a lengthy discussion at the Academy as part of our dashboard and risk discussions on the staffing pressures we were facing. We discussed the increased demand, particularly in paediatrics and the acute wards, which were impacting on our staff. And we discussed the pressures, particularly on our nursing and medical workforce, the mitigations we were putting in place, what was happening across Wyatt, as we very much weren't alone in the pressures that we were seeing. And I would just signpost you to Karen's paper later in this section, which goes into sort of more detail in terms of those acute staffing and paediatric staffing issues. The second issue to cite the board on was that we were seeing an upturn again in terms of our sickness absence rates. That was particularly around increase in short-term sickness absence, which again was having a negative effect on our teams. Again, you'll see from the report, we're not benchmarking particularly well against other trusts, our sickness absence rates, but are reporting a similar position to the Care Trust. And so we've started a joint piece of work with the Care Trust in terms of exploring our absence data trends and what we can work on together with them. And I will pick up that a bit more in terms of looking after our people section. And I suppose the other thing for me is just to highlight to board the workforce report that's included in the papers for information. That was presented at the Academy, and that provides quite a good overview of our workforce indicators, of recruitment activity, and of HR and OD activity that was underway. So those are probably the main things I wanted to pick up. Karen, did you want to say anything else?
Thanks, Pat. And if I may just say Annex 2, of course, you're right. There's 3 documents there, aren't there, that might be related, particularly to people, the Guardian of Safe Working Hours, gender pay gap reports, and the workforce report into our head count of 6,462. I've even made a note of that. There you are. So thank you. That's important that we know. They're important documents in support of this item. Karen, is there anything you'd wish to bring to board attention regarding People Academy at the moment, please, the work in that area?
No, I think I can cover it off in item 22 and 23, which is around the staffing review and the strategic review. Okay, thank you. And Karen Walker, as our non-executive chair of People Academy. Karen, was there anything you wished to bring to our attention?
Not really, Max. I wasn't here. I was on holiday for the last one, and we've got our next one, which will be my first time chairing it on Wednesday.
Great, thank you very much. Can I assume, therefore, that we're assured by Pat's report and the verbal inputs from herself and Karen Walker? I think we are. And so shall we move then straight away to ask Mel to bring us up to date on Equality and Diversity Council, this wonderful initiative that we have in place at the Trust. So Mel, may I pass to you, please, for that?
Thanks, Max. As we have agreed, this is a standing item on the agenda, and I'll take the report as read. We met in September, the beginning of September. Just a reminder that the context for the work of this council is orientated to addressing inequalities both inside the organisation as they relate to the people who work in the organisation, and outside the organisation as in the impacts that health inequalities and other inequalities have on the people whom we serve. So we often find that the agenda addresses both those areas simultaneously, and in this regard it was no different. So we had a real challenge from Dr. Suhail Abbas, who is the Population Health Management Lead and also lead at West Yorkshire Harrogate Partnership for the Inequalities Academy, as to how we can, and this was the context of how I framed it actually in my introduction and summary of what Suhail presented, how we can use every opportunity as an organisation to look beyond the patient who is sat in front of us and think about the wider context in which they live, work, are educated, have family interactions, and operate as a member of our community, and not to lose any opportunities that we could embrace either in and of ourselves as an organisation, but or working with our partners in ACT as one to better influence the experiences of those individuals. So I think that was a really helpful discussion and debate that we had about that. We also heard about the Root Out Racism movement and how we will be taking some of the priorities in that particular movement into the work that we are doing, and there's some examples of how it touches so much of what Pat has already alluded to in terms of our res, work that we are doing on civility in the workplace, anti-racism training, work with the Race Equality Staff Inclusion Network and so on. And then the final bit of it really is listening to the work of our network. So we have three: the Race Equality Network, our Enable Network and our LGBTQ+ network. So I'm happy to answer any questions, Max, that colleagues may have.
Yeah, fantastic, Mel. Thank you very much. And the ask of the board is that we note the contents of the report and the additional information that Mel's brought to our attention, and that we support the proposed areas of work that are identified and listed out in section 3.1. So in that spirit, does anybody have any further queries or comments regarding this great piece of work? Janet, would you like to come in, please?
Thank you very much. This is really, really helpful. Just one question really, Mel, and I wondered if you'd had any requests from staff in particular about other networks that they might wish value to be set up. For example, we probably pre-COVID set up a mental health network, which was incredibly popular, and inevitably there's always, crossing over of various networks of people who attend. And I just wondered if people have requested other networks to support them in the workplace.
Thank you, Janet. Good question. Yeah, Mel, any thoughts on whether that's been raised?
No, it's a really good point, and I would very much welcome that. Really, I mean, Pat might want to come in because one of the things that we are about to embark on is in October we launch what we'll be calling our Thrive offer, which ostensibly is a complete package of well-being initiatives, of which some of the networks are part of. But I think you make a really good point in that we may want to go further with that and offer other sort of psychological talking experiences that we've certainly seen has helped through the work of our psychology department in relation to COVID and alleviating some of our stress at work scenarios among staff, either on an individual or targeted basis with certain groups. Critical care is a good example of that. Staff on Ward 31 is a good example of that also. So I'd very much welcome that. But at this juncture, I think there is a bit of a variation in terms of the uptake, the membership, the profile of our networks. And our key objective currently is to really encourage more involvement and engagement from people, build up the numbers, support the dedicated time for the chairs of those networks to be able to go out and communicate and to input into the work that we're doing as a council. So I think it's a growing area and I'd love to see more of it happening. Pat, do you want to come in?
Thank you, Mel. Thanks, Janet. Great points. Pat.
Yeah, I was just going to add. So, as part of our work that we're doing on gender equality, we've held a number of focus groups on our gender pay gap. And one of the things that has come from that is an AFCRI, a women setting up a women's network. We're just doing a bit more sort of consultation on that in terms of whether people that would find that valuable. Again, the purpose of that, because as Mel said, the sign up for the 3 networks we've had in terms of attendance and engagement is very variable. So we're exploring a women's network, and then we're also exploring better integration of our existing networks with other networks at place level. So linking up our Enable network with the disabled staff networks in Bradford District Care Trust, CCG and Airedale, and the same with our other networks. So I think it is an evolving piece of work.
Thank you very much, Mel and Pat. And to Janet's point, Janet, I think it's been well received that actually, and clearly there's an intention both at Equality and Diversity Council, and I would imagine within People Academy, to think about the ways in which we might develop other networks where appropriate. Did that sound okay to you, Janet? Were you happy to hear that?
Yeah, yes, helpful. It'd be interesting to see what evolves. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks. And thanks to Karen, who's made the point about libraries in Denmark and listening to life stories. I had some experience of that sort of model as well, Karen, actually, in my policing days, which was very successful. And it was colleagues from different organisations who might occasionally, the organisations might occasionally work together. And it was that sort of model. It was a really interesting model. So yeah, thank you for that. That's very, very interesting. Okay, so again, we're asked to note and support the work programmes that Mel has suggested within the Equality and Diversity Council. And we're going to assume now that we're content to do that, given the opportunity to ask any questions or comments. And we do indeed. So thank you, Mel, for the work that's going on there. And the work programme is absolutely supported by directors. So thank you very much. Pat, if we turn to item 21, please, and can I just say how grateful I am for you keeping this as a standing item for the time being. It's a recognition of the importance that we place regarding looking after our people and the health and well-being of our workforce. I realise that there's the potential for it to be a repetitious in terms of the global emails about things like that, but an opportunity for anybody who wishes to say anything, or for you maybe to highlight any key points, please, Pat. So 21.
Yeah, sure. Thanks, Max. So health and wellbeing of our staff is a top priority for us, and it's something that we constantly have a focus on, and constantly review what we're doing, what our offer is, and what the take up is. Like I think we've heard a couple of times in terms of the significant service pressures, the significant staffing pressures that we are still facing. And that sort of continues to have an impact on staff. We are hearing that staff are feeling tired, they're feeling stressed, it's impacting on morale. And another side effect of that is we have seen a bit of an increase in terms of low-level grievances around inappropriate or poor behaviours, or people just not being kind or sensitive to each other when they are under pressure. So as I've mentioned, we have seen an increase in sickness rates, with the most common reason being anxiety, stress and depression, and increase in short-term sickness, both COVID and non-COVID related. We have been clear, and hopefully it is clear through all our messaging and actions, that that the health and wellbeing of our staff is the top priority. So I think we are constantly stressing the importance to staff of taking breaks and ensuring they take their annual leave. And that is something that has been constant for us. We have guarded against asking people to cancel leave during the course of the pandemic. And we continue to ensure and monitor that staff are taking annual leave. Like, I know it is a very fine balance, but we are careful that staff don't feel pressurised to work extra shifts, and that staff are not sort of working continuously without having a day off or without having adequate breaks. And it is sort of about, it's being sensitive about the messaging in those areas, bearing in mind we sometimes do have acute staffing pressures, but obviously also taking into account the needs of our staff to rest and recuperate. I think Mel has mentioned sort of executive leadership, and I think as execs we are trying to sort of walk the floor more. And feedback from one of our recent exec to CBU meetings last week was that was really appreciated by the staff. So it might just be me, but sometimes I feel I'm a bit of a nuisance if I go on a ward. But actually, the feedback from the particular meeting was that staff do appreciate seeing senior people out and about, and it is a sign that that we do care in terms of what's happened, in terms of what's going on. I think
staff governors have shared that feedback too, Pat, that they welcome that.
Interesting.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes,
Thank you. Yeah. You'll also have seen from the chat that we have put in additional sort of senior nurse cover out of hours and at weekends, which is primarily there to do that walkabout, to support staff, and when we're having to move staff, to have that difficult conversation sometimes. And I know that has helped diffuse issues that can happen. So I suppose we continue to support staff by doing the little things like ensuring there's water available in wards and ensuring there's snacks available. And that's at one end, but then to ensure that there is at the other end, that there is sufficient occupational health, counselling services and psychological support available to staff who require it. And I've had some recent feedback on access to our services, which actually has been helpful in terms of reviewing our offer and also sort of reviewing the services that we're promoting, which we mightn't sort of necessarily own ourselves. We are sort of ensuring that sort of wellbeing conversations are taking place across the trust. And that's, whilst we have sort of, whilst we have a proper form and process around that, we're not being as strict to say that you have to complete this form, you have to prove you've had a wellbeing conversation. It's as much as trying to facilitate that one-to-one conversation at sort of every level in the organisation, even if it's just, how are you today? What can I do to help? Do you know there's X available? So that is sort of something we could constantly try to encourage. We know that sort of the whole working environment is important to staff and to their well-being. So we have invested in new staff change facilities, which are due to open in the next couple of weeks, which will be a really great facility for staff. And we've also improved our sort of junior doctor mess facilities on site. And we do sort of engage with our trade unions in terms of what else we can do and also the role they're undertaking in supporting our staff and act on any ideas that they have. So I suppose in terms of, that's just a flavour of what we're doing. I'm sure my colleagues could all give sort of other examples. So I suppose it's just an assurance to the board that health and wellbeing is a top priority for us. It was reiterated to us all as HRDs yesterday from Pirana Izar. that sort of the plan and guidance, that the new plan and guidance due to be issued will continue to have health and wellbeing as the #1 priority, followed with recruitment and retention. So that whole workforce supply element, which goes hand in hand. And then as part of our winter planning, there are some sort of key workforce actions that we have to ensure that we have in place. So we'll be reporting on that through People Academy in October, to make sure that the workforce considerations have all been dealt with. So that's just really a quick summary for you.
Well, that's extremely helpful, Pat. I will just make sure if anyone wants to ask any further queries. Can I compliment the team on the quality of the Wednesday wellbeing bulletins, which I think are terrific. I did hear a suggestion that maybe that doesn't reach our colleagues as well as we might hope it does. So I don't know whether there's any work ongoing in that, and I hope perhaps there's attempts to try and make sure that that's cascaded well and that people get the chance to see that. Pat, the other thing I was going to say is that no idea. Looking after the oh yes, the point you made about staff sickness was really interesting, and I just wondered whether Kevin felt that would be worthy of a more detailed look at in the People Academy. Kevin Walker, I mean there, of course. So it may just be worth the People Academy trying to understand more about any themes that might be emerging from people who feel the need to go sick, and of course the nature of the anxiety, etc., that might be emerging. So that was my 2 thoughts on what I heard. Thank you very much. Karen, shall I bring you in, please?
Yeah, I think it's a great point, Max. And freedom to speak up, for example, was up. We've seen an increase there as well. So actually in the round, you know, absences on the increase, staff pressures, resources, harassment and bullying coming up regularly as part of the FTSE feedback as well. It's just what you know, it all points to people under pressure. So yeah, we'll definitely have that conversation at the People Academy.
Absolutely brilliant. Thanks very much, Karen. Can I commend exec colleagues in particular for the attention that they give to this important area? I do know it's apparent from the way you conduct yourselves all the time. So well done and thank you. It's much appreciated. Were there any further points that arose there that people needed to hear? No, that's fine. Shall we deal with the last matter in People then, please, which is papers 22 and 23. Karen, what do we need to think about with the strategic nursing and midwifery staffing review, as well as the service and staffing pressure in acute services and critical care, please?
Thank you. So, believe it or not, this paper's took about 6 months to pull together because it's involved a lot of changes and a lot of things being done differently. So, you know, I routinely bring a 6-monthly strategic staffing review to board. And we have a proven methodology where we look at, we speak to the staff, we look at harms, we triangulate that against safe care and use the national recommended guidance and more to make sure that our wards are appropriately staffed. And then we monitor that on a hourly, daily and monthly basis. It has all changed this time and it's been extremely difficult to do. I'm extremely grateful to Saj and his team and to Matthew, Chris Smith is here today, I think, and the finance team, as well as my team, who've worked together tirelessly to pull this together. So I'm going to try and go through the presentation because that covers the salient points of the document on what the main moves are. So it is complicated. It took me, as I said, a long time to get my head around it, and I do this every day. So if anybody has any questions, just shout up, please. So if we can go to the presentation, please.
And we're particularly dealing with item 22 here, Karen, or does the presentation?
Yeah, I'm linking them together, Chair.
Thank you. Right. Okay. Thank you.
Is anybody sharing the presentation? No.
It's not come up yet, Karen. No.
All right.
Yeah, I think Katie should be sharing the presentation.
Thank you.
I should have said hello to Katie, shouldn't I, as our new corporate governance manager. So welcome, Katie, and thank you for your support.
I mean, people have got the presentation in the pack, so I can go through without it being up on the screen, if that's okay. Thank you.
Yeah, we're up and running now, Karen. Thank you, Katie.
Thank you. So the next slide, please. So this slide is just saying that this is the acuity and dependency review of nurse staffing. It also brings into it looks at how we've reconfigured the wards and how they are different, and it also gives forewarning of potential changes and developments that may be happening in the next 6 to 12 months and are still subject to business cases. It's just to show that we have done the planning to work out what the staffing levels will be for those areas. If you go to the next slide, please. The next slide is a colourful one, but worth looking at. So the left-hand column, the left-hand coloured column, shows what our beds and what our wards were in January 20. Then something called COVID happened. The middle column then shows us what our beds are now. So this is as we stand today. This may well change again with winter wards and things like that. And the third column shows odd beds that we've had to take out because of social distancing. But what this tells us is that we have got approximately 20 less beds. But they are spread over a wider area with more wards, and the acuity of the patients on those wards is very different. So, for example, we used to have one respiratory ward that had a HDU element to it, which is labour intensive for staff, and we now have 2 respiratory wards, both with HDUs, plus an additional COVID ward as well, which also takes HDU and NIV patients. So you can see how the bed numbers aren't actually the factor that we should be focusing on. It's the types of patients that we're seeing now. And as we do move to more virtual services, we will see less well inpatients and sicker inpatients. I'm just going to go through now the main changes very briefly to some of the wards. So first of all is Ward 18, General Surgery. This area has an assessment unit part to it, and it's been recognised that we do need additional healthcare support on there. But also we know that overnight, again, with some of the patients that are having major head and neck cancer surgery, they are prone to become quite disorientated at times. And we've had a number of incidents, including an SI where somebody got onto the roof not long ago. So we are putting some additional support into the night shift there. That's additional HCAs. So if you go on to, sorry, I should have gone, next slide, please. And next slide, please. Thank you. So there is an overarching ask of what it would mean to Ward 18, and this includes staffing some of the high dependency beds that we've got in that area as well. That's a cost of around about £200,000. Next slide, please. We know from COVID and lockdown that when people are coming into hospital, they are more deconditioned than they would have been. And I'm sure people will have seen it maybe with their relatives or even with themselves, that being in lockdown and not going out and doing your usual stuff and visiting has led to deconditioning in our elderly population in particular. That means that we've seen an increase in frailty, in confused patients, but also a higher acuity of patients in our intermediate care bed base. So in the past, there would be some people that were conversing, playing bingo, happy, waiting to go to the next stage of their journey or some rehab before they go back home. We know that the burden and the workload is much different on those wards now, and our acuity data that we collect on a daily basis shows that as well. So we are asking for an increase in healthcare assistance 24/7 onto all of our non-acute elderly care beds. They do work on quite small numbers anyway, but this is something that we are seeing, and we have seen increases of harms, including falls and pressure ulcers. Next slide, please. That just goes through some of the falls and pressure ulcers we've had. We'll note that some of the falls in elderly care, we do encourage people to mobilise, and sometimes this includes people that are lowered to the floor when being encouraged to mobilise, but we have seen a definite step change in these metrics. Next slide, please. The next slide just confirms what the staffing was and the staffing that we're asking for, which is the one extra healthcare assistant. That has got a cost of around about £500,000. Now, it may be that this is something that when things right after COVID, we can pull back on. And if that is a decision we make in future strategic staffing reviews, we will be able to place these people still into permanent jobs due to attrition over time. Next ward that we're looking at is Ward 7. So Ward 7 is a ward. It used to be the infectious diseases ward, and it's quite it's unique because it's all side wards and a relatively small bed base. But what we have found on there is that some of the patients that go there are some of our most complex to manage in a behavioural way patients, not necessarily complex in a medical way. And they run on nights with 2 registrants and 1 healthcare assistant. And we're saying that we need to put an extra healthcare assistant onto that ward. This was agreed in the 2019 review, and we have been staffing to those numbers. However, with COVID and the way we set the budgets, it didn't go into the establishment, which is why we're wrapping it up now. Next slide, please. F7 and F8 is the renal unit over at St Luke's, and what we've found there is that we've got nursing staff, which are the registered nursing staff, which are quite a tight resource, who are undertaking housekeeper duties. So we are proposing that we put a housekeeper into F7 and F8, the renal ward, to support the team. Next slide, please. Ward 28 is now it was elective orthopaedic, and it's now our trauma and orthopaedic ward. And they're currently housing our fractured neck and femur patients who are often elderly, can be confused, and need quite succinct care, but also need more people to help mobilise and move them. These patients used to go on the care of the elderly ward, but with COVID, we reconfigured that. So we are requesting a temporary increase in healthcare assistance on nights on the orthopaedic ward to support the neck and femur patients, but bearing in mind that we will be further reviewing the pathway around the neck and femur pathways, because ideally we want to get them back into elderly care. But that isn't going to happen anytime soon. So although it's a temporary basis going into this budget, again, we would want to appoint substantively, because we know with attrition we would not be over recruited. Ward 16, gastroenterology, has seen significant pressures. So gastroenterology used to be quite a small ward. I think it was 8 or 9 beds, Ward 25, pre-COVID. And Ward 16 is now a much bigger ward, and is seeing some pressures in relation to patients that are on there. So it's predominantly patients with liver problems, sometimes these problems are driven by lifestyle choices, which can sometimes make an interesting cohort of patients to manage. And this can be quite time consuming as well. There's been a number of security type incidents on there. It's right at the bottom of the corridor, out of the way as well. But we definitely know that the acuity has gone up in this area and that we need to increase the staffing. So the request is to increase the staffing. I think it's qualified on nights and extra healthcare support workers, and that's around £600,000. Next slide, please. And next slide, please. Summary data. I've included this in because we did see requests from other areas for increases in staffing, so notably the AMU and the acute elderly care wards. But we took the view when we looked at our staffing that they were not always staffing to the optimum numbers anyway. And before we would agree to an increase in the establishment, they need to try and staff to their optimum numbers. So, for example, a ward that has an establishment of 5 registered nurses is very busy, believes they should have 6 registered nurses, but when we've looked at the data, they've only had 4 registered nurses on. So it's the fact that there's been a gap and they've been running at 80% rather than a need for an additional nurse. So I thought that was useful to put in. It also shows the harms. You'll be familiar with this chart. Next page, please. The respiratory ward, I talked at the beginning about the additional respiratory red ward that we have. This is modelled on the respiratory green ward, which is ward 23. And that is a total additional cost of 1.2 million. This is a full ward. This is the ward where the sickest COVID patients are. They are delivering HDU type care, and at times they're looking after 15 plus people on non-invasive ventilation. So we really need to establish this ward in a way that it will allow us to move forwards. COVID may or may not be around in a year. I think it's definitely going to be around in 6 months. And what we need is to give stability to this area, which is being very well run by the respiratory sister who's covering both of those areas. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Sorry, back one, sorry. So there's a respiratory chart, it's a table in it, and it just shows you how we are staffing the Ward 23 respiratory and Ward 31 COVID respiratory. Critical care. Okay, you can go forward to critical care now, thank you.
Yeah, that's okay.
It's all right, sorry. Critical care, we've looked at skill mixes on there, but there's no cost, but the staffing has been approved. You will note the next paper on the agenda, which should have been an appendix to this, in fairness, talks about something called GPIC standards. Those are the standards that we staff ITUs to, and it's the 1-to-1 ratio for the vented patients, the 1-to-2 for the HDU patients. And it's a really helpful paper for information because it's been pulled together by the intensive care team and pulled together a range of options of what we might do if we have that additional COVID surge or flu surge or winter surge, and how we could either expand or reduce the staffing levels within the intensive care unit. So just be mindful of that and just note that, and I'll be happy to take any questions if anybody wants to clarify offline. Neonatal unit, within your pack, there is a review. Within there is one of the appendices. There is a new tool now for looking at neonatal staffing. It's called the Dinning tool. That does show that we've got a gap to work towards. At the moment, though, we have a number of vacancies in neonatal unit. So we're proposing that we put our effort into recruiting to those vacancies and then look over the next 2 years in a step change way to put the additional investment into neonates. It must be noted that though the neonatal unit has had quite a lot of investment over the last 3 or 4 years, and increases in the establishment. Thank you. Radiology, we are seeing more need for nurses or registrants within the radiology department, partly due to the transfer of vascular services. So there is an ask to increase the staffing by 1.5 full-time equivalents within radiology. You will also note that within the slides it says agreed ETM on the 6th of the 9th. That's just to show that we've gone through the process of having a full discussion as executive team. Thank you. So we then move on to the surgical day case units. And that is no extra cost. We are doing that from within the bed base of some of the reconfigured wards, but we have now set the establishments for those wards. And we've also got Westwood Park Treatment Centre. So the urology work that used to happen on Ward 14, a lot of that can be done as day case and is now successfully being done as day case out of Westwood Park. Much better pathway for the patients, easier to park, etc. So in summary, this is an increase of round about 82 whole-time equivalents. That seems a lot, but when you spread it over the number of the wards that we've got, it's not as big as you would think. The total for that is just short of £2.5 million. Again, I hope as I've gone through, I've illustrated why we need that additional investment. The lion's share of that investment is into the respiratory services, which is primarily due to COVID, the position that we are in, and the position that we think we will be in going forwards in the future. I will pause there, Chair, because that is the main ask of today, which is, do we agree with the methodology, the proposals we're putting forward, and does the board support the investment of 2.5 million into the nursing establishments to establish those areas? And then I will come back and just talk very briefly about the service developments as well.
Thank you, Karen. And may I ask for the 30-second summary as to how we have got to this point in terms of deciding how many are needed where? Is it through consultation and then the executive team, or has there been any non-exec input at this stage, or is this the first time non-execs have seen these papers, please?
This will be the first time non-execs have seen it, although I have been given regular updates at the People Committee. It's because we've not been able to get it to finalise the figures because of the ward moves. So how we do it is there is an agreed methodology that is prescribed nationally, and all trusts are required to do this, or all chief nurses are required to do this. We have an electronic rostering system that also allows us to pull out acuity data on the ward so we can see the changes. So the first thing we do is we look at acuity data, see if any ward profile has changed. That has been difficult because all the wards have changed. We then look at harms in the individual areas to see if harms are going up and if there's any reason for that. We talk to the staff, we talk to the senior sisters on those wards and the matrons, and then we apply our professional judgment as well, because there are some rules that we stick to as well. Yeah. So once we've triangulated all of that, we then test that theory, put it into the sausage machine, and we go through committees. Yeah. However, on this time, because it was such a big change, we've put in an additional process, which is where I asked for Sarge and Matthew and our teams to all get together around the table to make sure that we were all cited and agreed, and to put challenging and constructive challenge to each other, so that we can get this right and set the baseline.
Yeah, thanks, Karen. That's actually really helpful. Thank you. And may I ask whether can we safely assume that all execs have been well cited on this and are supportive of the recommendations, Karen?
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah.
Matthew's not here today, but Chris has been part of those, and I think Chris has just popped his hand up as well.
Okay, that's great. I'll bring Chris in that case then, please.
Thanks, Max. I think it's probably just worth clarifying what the 2.5 million represents, just so people fully understand that. So that's the difference between the proposed budgets for a year against the 2019-20 budgets. So there's 2 years worth of growth in there, plus the need to adapt the establishments to the additional demands of COVID, which is probably best evidenced by the respiratory wards with the 1.2 million there. So what you would normally see, we see these nursing reviews every single year and have done for many years, and demand and acuity growth almost always means that there's a sizable investment. It's never normally on the scale that we're proposing at the moment, but in the context of this is effectively 2 years worth, plus an element of COVID, it's still a very big number. It's still a significant investment that's being requested, but in that context, it's not just 1 year's worth. It's a little bit more complicated than we would normally see. In terms of affordability, while I've got the microphone, if the board do approve this investment, I wouldn't imagine this will cause us too much problems in the current financial year. Some of the expenditure will already be in our run rate. So again, the respiratory wards being the best example. It just represents the amount of money we need to set aside so people can recruit substantively to those establishments. But in the current year, we're not going to recruit fully, so that we see half of that in the second half of the year. So I think it can be afforded in the current year. In 22-23, as we keep saying, we're not certain what the funding regime is going to be. Again, we wouldn't anticipate we'll have 100% recruitment in 22-23, so the 2.5 million is probably a worst case scenario. We'll work with Karen and Pat Campbell's team to get some kind of recruitment trajectory so we can work out what the likely cost is going to be. But obviously it will create a pressure for us. You can't get away from that. If the investment's approved, we will have to build it into our financial plan and work out how we can afford it when we're going through the overall planning process for 22-23.
Great stuff. Thank you very much. And indeed, in your point about affordability, you anticipated my only question, actually. So that's terrific. So I'm clear about the process that's been followed so far, clear about exec site on this, and clear about the finance nature of it. Thank you very much. May I ask now, and I assume, Karen, that you would welcome further questions being directed directly with you if people reflecting on this later just want to check anything with you, that'd be absolutely fine. But there is an ask of this board as to whether we are prepared to approve these proposals, the cost proposals, etc. Julie, shall I bring you in, please?
Yes, so helpful comments from Chris to support the paper. Helpful to know that. I mean, given the conversations we've had about the pressures our staffing teams are under, 2 million might seem a big number, but if you look at it in the overall context of our overall spend, it's not that big. So for me, how can we not support it given the pressures we've talked about? Clearly, there's some overall financial planning to do to make sure everything is affordable, but how could we say no to this given those pressures?
Thank you very much, Julie. That's a really useful context from the chair of the Finance and Performance Academy, of course. So thank you. Yeah. Any questions? May I ask any further questions? And I'm going to propose that we support the recommendations and therefore allow our executive colleagues to get on with actioning this, unless I hear any different. But the offer still stands. I'm conscious there's a lot to take in there, a lot of information to take in. But we understand the context. We've had the papers, we've read them, and there is the open offer of directing any questions to Karen if you just want to check up on something that might have arisen there. Okay. And I think that's a unanimous support for the proposals, Karen. There are no comments or anything further, so we're happy to do that. Yeah.
Thank you, Max. And just the final bit, is around service development. So I've already talked about neonatal units that will be working up over the next 12 months or so. But in addition to that, there are a number of other areas that we need to work through and see the finalised business cases for, and then agree the priority for these. There's a model around emergency care and same-day emergency care, and also a medical day case unit. And this will include things like a vague symptoms pathway for people that may have a malignancy that's not being picked up and needs testing for. We are also looking at the what's called the POMU now, so it's a post-operative medical unit. It's a bit like a HDU for post-op patients. And also when wards 2 and 5 move down, if we are to maximise the potential in that area, then we will have to revise the model of staffing as well. So, for example, wards 2 and 5 is built with an all-purpose treatment room that can be used for minor surgery. This will be a move. These are patients that would have previously gone to theatres. So there are subtle differences to how we would want that to work.
Yeah.
The final part of this is the biannual midwifery staffing review, which has been through people committee, because this is almost old news now. We were successful, and Sarah's already told us, in getting the Ockenden funding that has covered the ask of our review, which included the revised birth rate plus tool that allows you to get to 100% of continuity of carer. And there's some recommendations within that. Again, I believe these have already been agreed to.
That's great, Karen. Thank you very much indeed. And you're asking us to note that in the spirit of them being previously approved. Okay, thank you very much, Karen. And Karen, was there anything else you needed to say about the acute services in critical care, or are you happy that that's covered as part of it?
So we are, that was included just to sort of give some context to what we are dealing with when we look at the staffing. But what we're going to do is we're going to build on that paper and bring in how we look after critically ill patients on other wards as well. So the respiratory ward and establishing that is part of that puzzle. So there's more work to do around it, but we do want board to be cited that as if our numbers increase significantly for ITU and we cannot transfer out, it may be that we have to lower what are called the GPIC standards, which is how many people look after. So at the moment, if somebody's ventilated, they have one nurse. With GPICs, you might have 2 stable ventilated patients with 1 nurse instead if you were to lower the standards. But that's something that we would not want to do, but may have to do in extremis.
That's really helpful. Thank you very much indeed, Karen. And still with yourself, Karen, with the mic, was there anything further you wanted to raise with us in relation to people?
Which Karen?
Hey, I meant still with you, Karen, yeah.
No, I'm absolutely fine, thank you.
That's great. Okay, thank you very much indeed. And I will indeed turn to our other Karen and just ask whether, as chair of the People Academy, Karen, have you heard enough? Or was there anything else you wanted to bring to board attention, please?
No, I've heard enough. Thank you.
Yeah, great stuff. Okay, thanks. But you know, there's unanimous support there, Karen. But thank you to you, Karen, for the open opportunity. Should anybody, there was a lot to take in terms of the service and staffing pressures and the review, and whether anybody wants to query anything, Karen is available to you to deal with those in order that we do take this forward properly. Great stuff. Okay, shall we move to partnerships? John, would you bring to our attention, please, anything you would wish to in relation to partnership dashboard? And we've also got a very useful paper to note. Thank you. A really useful paper. Updates on integrated care systems and place developments. I found that a useful something for myself as well. So the mic's with you, John.
Good stuff. Thank you. Well, hopefully, Max, I can offer you a bit of that pragmatism you were looking for earlier on. I'll take both items together. I'll assume colleagues have had a chance to read them. In terms of the dashboard, I think I always say this: if you're looking for insight and assurance on partnership working, actually you should look across the whole range of material we've discussed today, whether it's about people or quality or finance, because there's lots of examples of system working, and not just this item labelled partnerships. I'm happy to answer any questions on the metrics in the dashboard, but again, as I've said previously, the dashboard does need revision in terms of some of the headings where we've moved on, and we're working with the Trust's business intelligence team to adapt them. I'll turn to the second item, number 25, which is the ICS and place update. And I think, again, I'll assume you've had a chance to read this paper. And I'll also say, if you listen to Mel's chief exec update earlier on, I think she pretty much exemplified exactly where we're at. There's quite a lot of change going on in terms of governance and leadership. The legislation is going through the Commons and the Lords at the moment. We expect significant change from April 22, and at the moment we're kind of moving in a shadow form towards it. It has been agreed locally that Mel will be the lead for our place. That's subject to ratification by the ICS, who will be led by a chief exec that hasn't been appointed yet. So we can see the shape of things, but it hasn't quite landed yet, because quite rightly we're going through the governance. Bradford Teaching Hospitals is in a good place and is playing its part, and we are actively involved. But the whole point of this exercise is not that there's a kind of winner or a loser, but that we all move forward together. And that's absolutely what we're doing at Place with our partners across Bradford districts and Craven. So I'll leave it there. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much, John. And could I pass to non-exec colleagues in particular the fact that I, at the last leadership group, which I think was the end of last week, raised the issue of non-executive involvement with place-based leadership roles. So the different place-based committees that we're having, that sort of thing. It's not confirmed yet. It's unquestionably supported. I think the challenge is whether we've got sufficient non-executive independent scrutiny already in the various organisations that form part of the partnership, or whether they need to be present at some of those meetings. But I assure you and promise you that it's under proper review. John, thank you very much for your brief summary there. Really, really helpful. Thanks. So that was the dashboard information and John's context around that. And I think an excellent document on the update on ICS and place development. Does anybody wish to raise any particular queries, please? We're asked to note and be assured by the partnership dashboard. I don't think there's any further. I mean, we're talking partnerships, aren't we? And all we do. So, yeah, really helpful. Thank you very much, John. And may I stay with you, John, as we go to item 26, which is anything you would wish to bring to our attention from the recently reviewed Board Assurance Framework?
Yes, Max, thank you. So same again, actually, I'm going to try and I'll make the assumption everybody's a chance to read this. I'll just flag one or two things for the board's attention for assurance. So if you look at the analysis section of the cover sheet, it gives you a commentary on the assurance rating that we've given to each of our 5 strategic objectives. And for ease, they are color coded, you know, red, amber, green. On this occasion, all 5 of the assurance ratings are unchanged from last time, whether it was green or red or amber. And there's a rationale there which has been updated by the executive team. And of course, the detail which informs that sits behind it in the Board Assurance Framework. So if you turn to the relevant strategic objective in the Board Assurance Framework, you can see the detail of why we think it is red or amber or green. And of course, we've just been discussing it in this meeting. So from an assurance perspective, that's the kind of digested, synthesized, summarized version of everything we've been talking about for you here. In terms of strategic risks, I just want to flag that in Appendix 2, there's a summary of the monthly discussion that we always have in our executive team meeting about strategic risks, and specifically those which we want to kind of flag because they've changed in score, whether it's new ones added, taken off the risk register, an increase or a decrease in scoring. Again, I'm going to assume that board members have had a chance to read the detail of this. I'm very happy to answer questions, but it may be I need to deflect some to an executive colleague who leads on a particular area. The only thing that's perhaps a little unusual from an assurance perspective is normally the extracts from the risk register would have gone to the relevant academies. We always produce a tailored version for quality, a tailored version for people, and so on. On this occasion, there were no academies in August, so unusually, this is coming straight from the executive team's consideration into board, but we felt that was the right thing to do rather than use a version which was significantly older. There is one thing probably that the board members would want to be aware of, and that is that from an assurance perspective, there's one new risk added to the strategic risk register, and that is in relation to our pharmacy aseptic unit, where the age and condition of the facility means we need to mitigate the risks and we need to plan for how we're going to improve the situation. That work's actively underway. It's part of our capital planning. There are no quick fixes. It might be something that needs a system solution. So the team are actively working on this, but I just wanted to flag for your attention that it's a new addition to the strategic risk register. Thank you.
Thank you very much, John. Terrific documents, really useful, really well written. And can I share with you that our non-exec director, Mohammed Hussain, was on Twitter only 2 days ago, I think, complimenting our board's approach to risk. Now, to be fair, it was in the context of his work with another board, but he was saying he feels there's a good attention here. I'm saying that in the context of being conscious we're being brief today now, given where we are with the agenda. But again, colleagues have had the papers. Is there any questions arising, please, from the board assurance framework, on which we, of course, in the near future, we're having a full development session amongst ourselves to satisfy ourselves that we're all keen on the way it works, or the risks. Anything that needs raising, please. We're being asked to be assured by those. I think we've heard from John this specific close attention to those matters. Thank you very much, everybody. I'm going to assume that we're happy there, but again, I assume, John, that the offer is open to check anything with yourself if something arises.
Yeah, absolutely, I'd welcome it. If anybody wants to get in touch, that would be fine.
Yeah, that's great. Thanks very much. Okay, and then if I may just turn to Barry and thank him for the report from the chair of the audit committee, and ask Barry if there was anything you wanted to bring board's particular attention to, please.
Thanks, Max. The July meeting was a relatively uneventful audit committee meeting, which is a rare event, but we covered everything that we needed to cover. The report covers those items, and there's nothing over the top of that I'd like to verbally expand upon, but happy to answer any questions that people may have.
Thank you very much, Barry. The ask is that we note and derive assurance from Barry's report, and Barry indeed is here, as he says, to answer any particular queries that may have arisen. Does anybody wish to raise anything regarding the work of the audit committee, please? And it would appear not, Barry, we appear satisfied, so thank you. Thank you for your offer and thank you for the report. Thank you. And may I bring your attention to item 28, which again is to note and derive assurance from, and it's the report from the Charitable Funds Committee, the most recent one held there on the 6th of July. And of course, we'll be meeting again in the not too distant future, but hopefully if there's anything arisen from there, I'm happy to try and deal with them. But things are going well, and of course our neonatal campaign is moving along at a pace. So hopefully if you feel able to support that, you will. Thank you. I'll take it you're happy to derive assurance from that. We're nearly there. I should just turn and say apologies to Caroline and Graham, who both joined us for this meeting, and we will come to your items immediately we move on to our governance section. But I will just turn to John, because I know John, who's been a terrific pragmatic Deputy Chief Executive Officer today, and he does have a suggestion about item 29. I think actually usefully, to be fair, following the circulation of papers and debate and discussion that arose, and John just has some thoughts about whether we might just want to take some further information on this before we take it further. But John, I'll pass to you for our work on corporate strategy, please.
Sorry, just sorting out the mute button. I can be even more pragmatic on this one. I think you all owe me a drink. with your prior agreement, Max, you and I spoke yesterday. I've had some preliminary feedback from non-execs, and I've also had the chance of a chat with Mel about this. I want to take the strategy item off the agenda for today. I think we need to spend a bit more time on this in terms of the content, the formulation, how we prioritise it. Realistically, what that means is we're probably going to slip the timetable. We were hoping to publish this by the end of October, but that was a bit arbitrary. It's a deadline we set back in April. And I think what I'd like to do is do some work with the executive team and then sit down with the non-execs and actually anyone else who wants to join. We are a unified board after all, but just to allow the amount of time we need to have the discussion about the way this strategy is shaped up. I'm very pleased with it. I think it's in good shape, but I do agree it can be better. Had some helpful conversations with one or two people. So my aim is pick it up with the execs, schedule something with the non-execs. I think we need to bring it back to board probably next time round in November, all other things being equal. Our current BTHFT strategy doesn't expire until next summer, so it's not like we're in any kind of time trouble here. And I think the important thing is to get this right. So that's my intention. That's what I propose to do. I don't think we need further discussion today, but by definition, the fact that we've had this conversation and we're now going to have another one, it was the whole point of the exercise. I hope that it's clear that's what the paper was asking for. It's just we won't do it here and now. We'll do it in the next few weeks. Thank you.
Thank you very much, John. I can see there are some nods as well from our non-executive colleagues. We're entirely supportive of the idea of clarity with our forthcoming strategy, and delighted to hear there'll just be a little more work to do and a little more consultation, etc., and that everybody will be involved. So yeah, just a bit to add, and I'm going to propose that that's rolled over to our next board meeting with the view to just trying to do a little more work on the additional work that might be required. So, and as John rightly says, it's in the spirit of great. The papers were circulated, people read that, had some thoughts, and we thought, yeah, there's a little bit more we'll just add on there. So thank you very much, John, and we will, assuming there's no objection to that or no further comment. And Barry, I know you were involved and had useful conversations. Thank you to you. Are you content as well that additional work and maybe bring it back next time?
Absolutely. As John and I sort of agreed yesterday, there's been a hell of a lot of good work gone into producing the strategy to its current state. I think from a non-exec perspective, I can appreciate John's frustration because he's so immersed in all of this and understands everything that's gone on. But when I stand back as a non-exec director and say, well, do I have assurance that this, I'll use shorthand and say that is this strategy optimized? There's just a bit more work to do.
Yeah. And I think that's accepted, Barry. So thank you. Thanks very much indeed. And we will pick it back up as we come back to it next time. I recognise it's not too bad for board members, of course, because we're slightly eating into the closed meeting time that we have for that, but that's okay. We can manage, and I do want to give proper time to these open board items. We're at our last section, which is governance, and I'm conscious we do have two guests to the meeting to support two of the papers. So shall we move now, please, to item 32, the health and safety annual report, and given Mark is our executive lead for this matter, but we welcome Caroline Nicholson as well. Thank you for joining us, Caroline. Mark, shall I turn to you and invite you to bring to our attention what we need to consider to approve this, please?
Thank you, Chair, and good afternoon, everybody. So I'm going to talk to you about paper 32, and Chair, if you're happy, I'll move on to 33 in succession if you're happy with that, because I think they're both related in their annual reports, if that's okay.
Absolutely fine, Matt. Thank you.
Thank you. So I have two annual reports to update you on today that form part of our governance compliance assurance and that are mandatory requirements for trust boards to receive. So the first report's our annual health and safety report, of which I'm accompanied on by our glamorous assistant, Caroline Nicholson, who's obviously the report author and the head of non-clinical risk. So the annual health and safety report for 2020-21 is put forward here as a report that provides the Trust Board with an overview of health and safety performance during that period. The report summarises the key risks to achieving its objectives and provides a risk rated overview of status of compliance. The report sets out the trust risks profile and governance structures with health and safety legislation and demonstrates areas across operations for further compliance and improvement. The findings of the report have led into an action plan, which will be a focus of the Health and Safety Committee moving forward to check and monitor in terms of progress. I'm going to be quite short and succinct with this and take the report as read. And at this point, I'll just open that up really for any comments and queries. We're asking for approval of the report for us to be able to now manage some of the outstanding actions that have been identified. So I'll pause there.
And we'll be being asked, Mark, I think, to approve the action plan here, aren't we? That's outlined in the paper. Yeah, Caroline, would you wish to bring anything to Director's attention, please?
I don't think so. I think the paper's quite self-explanatory in terms of it. It's rag rated in terms of anywhere that we've got concerns, and any concerns that we've got or anywhere that we need to work on, that's fed through to the action plan. So.
Thank you. Thanks, Caroline. I apologise that you were just kept waiting there. She joined us in very good time for where we should have been. So thanks, Caroline. Yeah. So again, thank you, Mark, for your brevity. Colleagues, I hope you have read it. I've certainly read all the document. Very, very useful information. Does anybody have any queries, comments, thoughts? Or are we content to approve our teams to get on with this and to get that action plan in place and make the necessary changes that are required? I think there's unanimous support, Caroline, for this, and we're very grateful for the nature of the report, which was really insightful, actually. Thank you. Yeah. Okay, I think that's right. So there's, without further comment, Caroline, it's all entirely unanimously approved. So thank you. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. And Mark, did you say you just wanted to run into item 23 there?
If I can, please, Chair, because I think it's of a similar ilk and of the same vein. So this is report item 33, which is the Premises Assurance Model Annual Report. Likewise, I will take this report as read. The Premises Assurance Model is better known as PAM. This is an annual update report that basically requires us to give governance around our management of safe premises, and it does that by the use of the Premises Assurance Model, which is effectively a self-scoring system with a matrix to assure around 5 domains. It's effectively a tool of assessment that makes sure the environment's safe, fit for patients, visitors and staff in terms of hazards in terms of the premises. So the report identifies a high level of assurance, which I think is quite self-explanatory in those 5 domains. It's clearly rated in the report, the areas of improvement, and it particularly identifies the areas of improvement on page 7, which is a comparison between the 1920 and 2021 status. So I don't think there's anything more for me to update board on other than to note the report really and the improvements that have been made and, you know, the areas of successful development over the last 12 months.
Thank you very much, Mark. So this is about our healthcare environment, and as Mark says, we've been asked to note the continued progress in reapplication of the model and the premises assurance model, and to acknowledge that the data has been submitted onto the new online platform by the required deadline of July. So again, may I ask whether anybody had any queries, thoughts, comments on this, or are we content to note and thank Mark and his team for the work that's been done? I think we are. There's no further comment there, Mark, so that's great. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you, everybody.
That's great, very helpful. Thanks, everybody, and thank you, Caroline. May I go to item 34, given that we do have Graham Holmes with us, our Information Governance Manager. And Paul, I will turn to you in the first place, please, as the Executive Lead for our Annual Data Protection Officer Information Governance Report. And Paul, what do we need to think about? And will we wish to hear from Graham too?
Thanks, Max. I won't tarry either. Graham has indicated to me he's pulled out a few areas that he did want to reflect on. But I mean, all I would say is that the paper once again describes the extent, range and comprehensiveness of the work that's done by the team and the function. I think people hear the words information governance sometimes and think it's a relatively narrow field of responsibility, but actually, as the paper details, it's quite an expansive one. And you know, we continue in difficult circumstances and challenging circumstances to keep it at the forefront of people's minds. There are 2 or 3 items indicated where there have been lapses, if you like, in terms of the scope of people exercising their responsibilities clearly, but none of those ended up in the context of conversations with the ICO being anything that they were less than content with our responses there too. And going forward, consistent with just an overall tightening of approach in some ways in the organisation, we're going to incorporate the information governance piece into our Brilliant Basics programme, again, just to remind people of their responsibilities and their accountabilities. But with your permission, I'll defer to Graham just to pick out some highlights, as he's the person who's closer to the delivery of this on the ground.
Graham, we'll be very pleased to hear from you. And again, my apologies, you've been kept waiting a little time there, but thank you for joining us in person.
That's no problem. Thank you, Paul. Thank you, Max. I just pulled out a few key points. Again, like others have said, assuming people have had a chance to read the report. Some positive things first was the Data Security Protection Toolkit we managed to submit on time with all standards met, despite the pandemic and the problems that caused for just about everybody in the Trust. We've received a favourable audit report based on that as well, which was a very demanding audit this year because they changed their processes. But again, it came out very positive on that, and hopefully we can do the same again for this year's toolkit as well. As Paul talked about, we had 3 reportable incidents this year, but we were happily in a position where we could assure the Information Commissioner that these were isolated incidents rather than any systemic problems within the Trust, so they took no action. I would like to say that overall, though, we did a comparison with last year over overall numbers of incidents, and they were down this year, which I would take as evidence that IG awareness throughout the Trust is pretty high on the whole, so that's good news for us. On mandatory training, we managed to exceed the target of 95% this year. Back in February, that was just short of 97%, which, again, given the pandemic and people's extra workloads, was really positive. What we've noticed this year as well, there's a massive increase in data sharing requests involving organisations that are moving towards shared care models. So that's resulting in increased requests for us to develop or contribute to patch-wide data sharing agreements, and we expect that to increase further as cross-organisation sharing and digital agendas pick up pace. With that, we expect that to impact on resource quite a lot. But I think Jenny's talking with Paul regarding that sort of aspect of the IG service and people in post, etc. We've been involved over the last 12 months or so with the Bradford District and Craven work stream, developed some good relationships with the people over in those other organisations to try and get some cross-organisational work within the patch. Work's been slow because of the demands of our normal business and obviously the pandemic and the issues that's caused. So in order to progress other work like that, I'll reiterate the fact that we think we need some more resource, but this probably isn't the exact place for that to be picked up. The only other thing I would mention is we are, as Paul mentioned, the Brilliant Basics, which we're hoping to do next month. Sorry, November, isn't it, Paul? To put some comms out and some extra information regarding people's responsibilities and actions that we need taking and we need to take to get a better understanding of IG within the Trust. That will include things like we've developed, well, along with IT, we developed a new information asset register, which we're hoping will go live in the next couple of months. And yeah, they're the points I wanted to pull out. So
fantastic. Thanks very much, Graham, and thank you for your work in this important area. That's really helpful. Thank you. So Paul and Graham, and obviously colleagues will have read the report. We're being asked, please, to receive and note the report and be satisfied that the DPO role, the protection officer role, is being effectively planned and discharged. Are we content to do that, or did anybody want to make any further query or have any further questions, please? No, it would appear the Board of Directors are satisfied with both the report and your presence, Graham. Thank you, and the additional information you provided.
Thank you very much.
Great. So, Graham, I've got to ask you, is that an acoustic guitar behind you or an electric guitar?
That one, it's an electroacoustic.
Oh my goodness, there you go. That's what I was
do
trying to
both.
look at.
My electric guitars are upstairs.
Oh, I'd love to see them mounted. Thanks very much for joining us, Graham. Useful information. Thank you.
Yes, thank you.
And thanks, board colleagues, for your approval of that paper, and to Paul for bringing it and presenting it. So, John, the microphone, of course, is with you then to take us through the final points within governance, please. So, shall we go back to item 30, and we'll take them in due course in the order that they're presented to us, please. So, governance review update first.
Perfect. Thank you, Max.
Excellent.
So item 30 is for the board to note. It's an update on our ongoing governance review. We've done, as we said we would do, we've disestablished the Regulation and Assurance Committee, and in its place now we have a board meeting which is necessarily a bit longer. I'm sure as we go this will evolve too. We've revised the work plans for board and academies to reflect the fact that we no longer have regulation assurance. They are attached as appendices. In the summer, we did an interim review of academies just to see how it was going. Qualitative. Based on the feedback, the assessment is it's largely positive. There were some pointers about the format of the meetings, the external membership, and the need to make sure we didn't lose sight of learning and improvement opportunities. So on the basis of that, we'll continue as we are with the academies and do a further review in 2022. The terms of reference of the academies have been revised to reflect NED chairmanship in future, and it just struck me earlier in this meeting that for quality and patient safety we'll need to reflect the new title and the new scope of that academy. A final thing to say, if you've read the item, is you'll have noted that in terms of virtual meetings and whether it's possible to have hybrid meetings in future or indeed face-to-face, our current position is we continue with virtual. We are, Paul Rice and colleagues, are looking at the options for a good, slick technology that would allow us to do more hybrid meetings, some people in the room and some people remotely. It's not always as easy as it sounds, but that's a work in progress. And notwithstanding that, we are conscious that for execs who are on site all the time, it's possibly easier to sort of stay attuned to things than it is for non-execs who don't always get the opportunity to come on site. And therefore, one of the things we're looking at as we think about options for the way we work in future is a sort of a, I'll call it back to the floor for want of a better expression, but opportunities to do something on the shop floor and spend some time, maybe a few hours one morning or something, with a team doing some actual work, which based on our previous experience of walkarounds, which could sometimes be a bit clunky and a bit artificial, we think doing something a bit more back to the floor could be a lot more real and helpful and insightful for non-execs. So watch this space, but I'm saying that even if we're not meeting face-to-face for our board meetings, we're very aware that there's a need to find ways to kind of re-engage and keep the non-execs and the execs together in terms of our presence on the site. So that's a work in progress. I'll pause there on that item first of all, Max. That's item 30 to note.
Thank you very much indeed, John. That's extremely helpful, and I know will have gone down well with non-executive colleagues who are hoping I would raise the issue of how we can gently reintroduce some physical presence into the trust. We recognise the difficulties with that, and I'm delighted to see it's under consideration. Thank you. And may I, from the chair, John, compliment the governance team for the way in which the Regulation and Assurance Committee was set up and managed during the course of hopefully the worst parts of the pandemic. You know, we were under a national steer, really, in a sense, to let execs get on with things. And I have to say that the quality of the briefings we got from exec colleagues was terrific, and the way the Regulation Assurance ran in the absence of committees was very, very important. It was basically monthly scrutiny and sharing and shared decision making. So well done to the governance team who were able to manage that. Mel, shall I bring you in? And of course, it's open to anybody else with any further comments. Mel.
It was just on the point that John raised around the sort of getting closer to the action and some exposure to. I know Ned's had the opportunity to meet with Kat yesterday, but I don't know whether she shared the sort of reach in, reach out concept that we're working on with non-execs.
Yes, she did, Mel. Yeah. Sorry, I wasn't sure if you were directing that to myself. She did indeed, and in fact, there was unanimous support for the idea amongst non-execs, and for the idea, hopefully, that non-executive directors might be included as part of the programme. Mel, I know you and I have talked about that previously.
Yeah.
Does that sound okay? Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. I just wondered if she'd brought you up to speed on it. That's all. But
she did. Yeah, no, she did indeed, and we think it's a fantastic initiative. And I think, did I hear right as well, that it may indeed be absorbed by fellow organisations in the area, trying that sort of idea?
We've done a little bit already through the Actors One Health and Care Partnership Board. So certainly the members of the Bradford and District Health and Care Partnership Board set the challenge to them through July and August, to volunteer to go out and give one morning or one afternoon of their time to work with one of our voluntary or community agencies. And I know a lot of them have been doing that over the last 6 to 8 weeks.
Yeah, that's great. No, that's exactly what Kat said, actually. So that's terrific. Yeah, no, huge support for that. And if appropriate, the non-executive directors would be delighted to be offered the chance to participate in that. So as you see fit, Mel, as you develop the programme, thank you very much. And thank you, John. We're asked to note the contents of the report, to agree the updated board work plan and proposed meeting dates, and approve the updated academy terms of reference to quality and patient safety. I think that one, yeah. So is that okay, everybody? I don't think there's any further comments. Thank you, John. Are you happy to move to item 31, please?
Yes, this is an item just to note, and I am assuming that board members have had a chance to read it. We discussed at board development on the 10th of June a review of the Trust's risk management strategy. That's ongoing, and there'll be opportunities to look at this. So there'll be an update for the audit committee in October. We aim to bring something to board in November, but before we do that, we'll arrange a dedicated session to look at the risk escalation process and the reformatting of the board assurance framework. For those who haven't followed this story through all its twists and turns, whilst we get complimented on our board assurance framework, you know, if some people have said, wow, it's exemplary, there is a sense that it's quite heavily engineered, and actually really good assurance relies to a certain extent on something kind of doing what it says on the tin and being self-evident and straightforward. And we want to make sure we've got that balance right. One of the ways we do that is by cleaning up the process of what becomes a strategic risk and having a very transparent mechanism of saying this is the score, this triggers a strategic risk, and then a greater kind of transparency about how it appears on the board assurance framework and how it provides assurance or not that we're on track to achieve the strategic objectives. So that's the work underway. I am aware that some non-execs have asked to be involved in the kind of evolution of the BAF. We absolutely welcome that. Not every organisation has that level of kind of desire to get involved. It can sometimes be a very dry subject, so we think that's fantastic. We will set something up specifically around that. But what we are aiming to do is update for audit in October, a dedicated session before board in November, and then board in November. If that timetable doesn't play out, if we don't have the dedicated session, it's not the end of the world. We won't rush it through. We'll just slip the board ratification through to the next board meeting, which will be January. We'll still make progress on this, but we'll slip the kind of ratification through till January. That's the plan. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed, John, and delighted to hear the reviews and the work ongoing. This is a perfect time actually to do that review, isn't it? So thank you as we move into restore and recovery, of course. So I'll just ask whether there's any further questions or comments to make, but we've just simply been asked to note that. I can see there's nods around the virtual table, John, in support of the work that's being done there. It's already a great product. We can make it even better. Yeah, thank you, John. Okay, and John, are you happy to move therefore to item 35, please?
35, yeah.
This always makes me smile, the use of the trust seal during the course of the
big
year.
one, the one you've all been waiting for. I won't need more than an hour on this. The use of the trust seal. I mean, look, it's simply good governance to note we give you annually a list of all the occasions when the trust seal has been used in the execution of a document. 11 occasions between December 2020 and September 2021. They're listed in the appendix and the board is asked to note this. Thank you.
Thank you, John. And so again, in the spirit of making sure everybody's content with that, is there any questions, queries, comments? Are we happy to note that report of the use where appropriate of the trust seal? I think we are. Thank you very much, John. And the final matter, John, is the great work being done on the Council of Governors engagement policy, and I know the governors have been involved in shaping that as well. So, John, shall I turn again to you, please?
Yeah, so I just want to be clear here with colleagues, in case anyone's not had a chance to get up to speed with this. This is not what the name might imply, something very broad and fuzzy about how we all work together and reach a consensus and engage. This is specifically the process by which the Council of Governors can escalate a concern to the board. It's something that needs to be kind of set down and clarified, and it's just, again, good governance to have this. So what we're doing here is just tidying up the document, a bit of terminology, a couple of references to NHS England, NHS Improvement, and so on. The changes are not substantive, but it is a document that the board needs to sign off, and the governors have been involved. And if David Wilmshurst is still on the call, I hope he would be nodding and saying, yes, we're happy with where this has got to. It's a very straightforward update, and I'm seeking the board's approval for the revised document.
Thank you very much, John. So again, are there any queries, thoughts? Are we happy to see that particular progress there? Yeah, great stuff. I think there's unanimous support for the idea of that work there, John. Thank you very much indeed. Yeah, great stuff. Thank you, John. Thanks, and thanks for your own pragmatism there in getting through things. It's so long ago now since we started this meeting, of course, I can't remember if I asked if there was any other business. I'm pretty sure I didn't. So I ought to just make sure that, was there anything else that directors wish to bring to colleagues' attention, please? I think you usually do tell me at the start of the meeting, don't you? So that's great. Okay. And we always consider whether there are matters that have arisen that we should refer to board committees or elsewhere. I think certainly the board committees and academies were considered during the course of the discussions, but did anybody pick anything up during the course of that meeting that they would want to just highlight for attention? Again, I think we're content that we've managed it well, hopefully, during the course of the meeting. Okay, I'm going to move to closure of this meeting now then, please. Just bring to your attention the two terrific documents, Annex 3, very well worth reading, of course. The Learning from COVID was a great report, and West Yorkshire and Harrogate Health and Care Partnership bill proposals are appended at Annex 3, and I'm sure, again, colleagues have seen that. Can I say a sincere thanks to observers? We do note your interest. I know it's a slightly unusual set of circumstances in a virtual meeting where you sat quietly and not able to contribute, because of course this is a meeting held in public as opposed to a public meeting. But please be aware, all directors here are delighted for your interest and your observations, and thank you for joining us. Just to share with director colleagues, my promise over the coming weeks now, given that we are resuming our kind of normal workload as much as we can, is just to review the nature of the content at board meetings. I mean, clearly it's a long day when we get the things done, but I really hope, and I'll obviously speak to non-exec colleagues particularly about this later, but I really hope that you've enjoyed the presentations that we had. In particular, that I thought they were extremely moving. The level of knowledge that was shared was superb. But of course, I recognise we need also to make sure that we've got sufficient time for discussion, questions, and to widen the debate. Always a challenge, of course, at board meetings when there's transactional business to complete as well. So that's my promise, is just to review the amount of content. But thanks again to everybody for the attendance, attention and contributions. Another terrific attendance rating, of course, you know, with just about everybody here, haven't we? And the one exec director who couldn't make it today did send a senior colleague. So absolutely fantastic that we're all here, and it goes to the point of unitary boards, shared decision making. So thank you, everybody. I think recording can be stopped now, please.